How dare you, William Stevenson? Don't you dare piss on Mike.
I will piss anywhere and everywhere.
You will piss on your headset and then wear it without washing it.
Up and down and all around.
Oh.
Like a cat.
Like a Sagan cat?
I'm just going down the list. Hi, Mitchell.
That wasn't down the list. You fucking went reverse.
I mean, I'm more important. It's the risk of ranking the most important people. Oh, you got it. Oh, fuck.
Calling Hannah important is really, really offensive.
Hey, Nick.
Counterintuitive, really.
How's it going?
How is it going, Nick? You've said like 3 words today. How is it going?
I'm tired.
He didn't say more than 3 words. He lamented that he forgot about something that I already forgot he mentioned.
That doesn't count. He, like, him lamenting... Nick lamenting is much like Nick breathing. It's just something he passively does at all times.
It happens a lot.
That does sound correct, actually.
He's always lamenting something that he forgot or something he needs to do and then he doesn't or does.
So, Mitch, apparently Nick is best friends with Andre.
I'm so glad nothing has changed.
A lot has changed. What are you talking about?
Are you?
Nothing has changed.
The more things change, the more things stay the same.
Yeah, like your internet getting bad again. That's gonna be fun to deal with.
Oh, was it bad just now?
Yeah. And also we get to go back to the sky-high ping joke once you go back home.
No, my ping has been good in Georgia. My ping just sucks in Utah.
The fact that you said that as your voice cut out is just... like 8 chef's kisses. Like 8 full chef's kisses.
I swear my internet in Georgia is better than out here because there's not 8 people trying to access it at one point in time.
I mean, hey, I heard on the news today that Utah tried to ban porn, so maybe your internet will get better.
What?
But what about the Dota sex pods? The Dota fuck pods need their porn.
What they were trying to do is prevent anyone in the state who literally any phone any device that connects to the internet in the state will automatically have safe search turned on, essentially.
I heard it was any device sold in the state.
Oh, okay. I think there was also word. I thought there was word that like any device that comes into the state also would be put under the same restrictions. But the thing is, if it passes, it won't come into it'll technically not come into effect until at least 4 other states make a similar rule.
What a neat and complete. That is what I call
weird.
While also not passing a law.
Beautiful.
Man,
incredible.
Really...
So, previously, after arriving in Garish Shores, going to Nache Duinne, meeting with Owen's father, the current commander of the war effort, you guys were sent on a journey towards the Rat Creek Valley, a place of pseudo-rebellion and surprisingly Garish spirit despite a lack of Garish culture. On your way, you fought through the trials and tribulations of strange ritualistic suicide summoning murder and goblins that tried to help you or ask for help or communicate with you. You're not really sure, even threw rocks at them, which made it really awkward to do. Eventually, you made your way past the Dokar post where you made a new ally and friend in the Ironblade there, along with many of her soldiers, before eventually making your way to Hobarton in 2 separate groups. And though you antagonized the mayor, the Lord Mayor, and figurehead of this pseudo-rebellion, you were able to smooth things over enough that he would trust you and try and get as many people as he could under the hopes that Owen in specific and you guys as a group would be able to get something resembling independence for the Rat Creek Valley from Garland proper, as they had many an issue with the lack of proper governance that they were being shown. So, as you bid your farewells to the very real problems of the valley, hoping that with your leave they would eventually get better, you headed your way north back to Nache Duinne, hoping that with it would be success. One last stop on your way back, Hatherton. about a day's travel out of your way otherwise. Making fairly good time on the assumption of the meeting of the kins. You packed your things and were preparing to leave. So I ask unto you all, for once and for truly forever and ever, Rom, Ishri, Simon, Amari, Evian, Owen, and Walker. That's so much fun to do. As you leave Hobarton behind, making your way back out of the Rat Creek Valley, what are you guys doing?
You know, it's really weird that we found Henris and Hatherton.
No. We haven't gotten to Hatherton
Oh,
yet.
shit.
Maybe he's waiting for us there.
I think we more or less agreed to skip the travel, yeah?
It's up to you. I'm sure you have some stuff to talk about.
I remember specifically we have some stuff to chat about at the post.
All right.
I have something I want to bring up when we're nearly to Nache Duinne, but it's going to be a bit.
All right. So, those keeping an eye out for the extent of the travel, if you would please give me perception checks.
I will continue. Walker will continue keeping.
Stop being weird.
Alex, thanks for interrupting me. Walker's going to continue keeping an eye out for any tracks or any signs of suspicious activity otherwise with his survival skills.
Owen is leading the group.
Beefy survival skills.
All right, beefy survival skills. Owen, perception to keep your eyes to the front.
Nick, please, for the love of God!
You're in like a month rut. Can you buy new dice or something?
I'm in a campaign rut, man. What can I say?
Oh.
Roll like just 100 d20 real quick.
Listen, all right, it's canon that it's Owen's job to provide others the opportunity to roll well, okay? That's how it works.
To establish, Mitchell did say he is taking, Evian's taking up the back, which means he'll be rolling perception check, but it seems he is not at his desk. Ben, can you please roll for me?
I will roll his perception check for him.
Very kind. I hope it's really bad. It wasn't. It was 19.
Oh. It was 19.
Average.
That's like a bad roll. That's
It's
like a
average
bad
roll.
roll if it was good.
Alright, Ben, fuck off and keep fucking... Move the scene along.
I
you bastard.
can't. Every session, Nick's first roll is always awful, and I always get caught up on it.
No. Sometimes my first roll is like super good, and then the rest of my rolls are awful.
Well, remember when I gave you a nat 20 and you took it away? You made that choice, Nick.
I did.
Listen, at least Walker's near the front to help deal with the consequences.
Walker's busy keeping an eye on fucking tracks. He doesn't have time to watch the horizon.
No, he's not going to help him watch out.
It's just going to be really disappointing when no one notices, like, the dragon walking up to you because Owen's busy looking at picking flowers or some shit.
The DC for looking at seeing a dragon that's walking up to
It's
you,
a 10.
I think would be lower than
It's a 10.
It's not 10.
It's a 10 for Nick because Owen can't roll that.
Wow. Rough.
It's true.
I don't understand how... You got +5, you can't roll a 10. Come on, Owen.
Nick, just get fucking expertise. Take, like, a skill expert or whatever.
I can't!
It's like we're like 2 levels
He
off.
doesn't...
3 levels
William, he
off.
doesn't even have proficiency.
Yeah, he doesn't have proficiency perception. He's just a very wise boy.
What the fuck?
What do you mean, what the fuck?
He doesn't need...
Take Prodigy! Take something!
I don't know what to tell you, man. Next level is Warcaster.
Get expertise in perception.
He needs
and
Warcaster.
also take the tool proficiency in carving because of all the time you spent with Walker.
He needs his fucking...
No, he needs to learn to cut wood.
I mean, I kind of like the idea that Owen spends a lot of time woodworking and he just never gets better at it.
Alright. I move the scene along. I'm done.
Oh,
But
so...
damn if he doesn't try.
So... I'm having a great time already. I don't know what the
Damned
fuck.
if he does, damned if he doesn't.
Damned if he does, damned if he do not. So,
Just let fucking Amari roll your perception checks. Ugh.
At least I get to add half my proficiency.
oh, that would have made Owen have a 9, not an 8. Big difference.
Well, I mean, if it was Amari and he
Actually,
rolled 3, it would probably be around a 5 or 6.
I think I
so suck it.
Mitch dying apparently.
Mitch's internet is so
Okay.
bad right now. I can't
Let's
understand damn
please
word he's
proceed.
saying. So,
He's gone.
And there he goes.
So, you guys make your way out of Hobarton on the road back through the valley, keeping your eyes peeled for the day. It's, you know, late afternoon as you're keeping... Walker, you keeping eye for tracks, for anything. There's some sign of small game, but not a lot. It's a very... It's very strange to have, like... It's obvious that this valley has to rely on farming because there's not a lot in the way of hunting in this shithole valley. And that has never been... Fergus was driving by, sorry. That has never been more readily obvious for you than now when you don't have those intrinsic worries about how are people going to react to us. Like, you've been here before, and now you get to actually spend this time with the full group doing tracking and keeping an eye on other things. And it's very obvious just how basic and simple life and things in the Rat Creek Valley are. But you continue, and it's... Again, very quiet, a bit of wind, and that smell of stagnant fresh water. And as the sun starts to go down once more, something that you've tried your best to avoid, but has consistently gotten worse pretty much every day. The mosquitoes. They are fucking hell here in the valley.
We got the
Oh!
Yeah, we got the mint.
mint.
Can a mosquito pierce my armor class? I don't think so.
Oh.
Remember, we got
Amari just Evia just fucking flexes and the mosquitoes just die.
They all
He
pop.
flexes and they get so pumped full of blood that they pop.
Oh,
Ugh,
that's horrid.
that's really gross.
No, but we got the the sprigs of mint to help
Yeah.
us.
So it was something I forgot to mention on the way in, so
Good to mention.
Thankfully, Owen's propensity for mint and mint tea is more than enough to help keep them off, making your journey much more pleasant than most who head through the Rat Creek Valley. As the day starts to shut down and get closer to night, the heat gives way to a not cool, but at least cooling breeze. Like, it's definitely not bringing cool air, but air movement is nice enough. You set up about... just outside. Like, did you want to, like, push on? Because I remember you guys left, it was probably noon or a little bit later. So did you want to, like, push on and make it to the Dokar Post tonight?
Yeah, probably, right?
In that case...
Yeah, the more...
All right, in that case, it would have been about sunset that Rick would have been like, y'all make your way. I'll catch up. I gotta go get some stuff. Left my things. At this point, he just kind of smiles. Gotta make sure them rabbits didn't get them.
Walker immediately looks at Ishri and just shakes his head, trying to implore her not to fucking take him seriously.
Ishri looks a little scared, but she just slowly nods back at Walker.
Mr. Water.
And he rides off. He gives you kind of a wave. Oh, don't weigh up on my account. I'll meet you back up at the Dokar Post. I'll be there tonight. Might just be a little behind. You know, Ruthie here. Not a big fan of riding and pulling carts, so. And just
Walker
gives a
nods
thumbs
to the
up and
man.
smiles as he heads off.
Walker nods to the man because no one else seems to be saying goodbye.
Later.
I like being Amari says later, Tater.
He didn't though.
It's my headcanon.
So with
Rob kind of gives him the eyeball and just says, "You better stay safe."
Walker eyeball?
I mean, worst case scenario, I get mauled by rabbits. And he gives another thumbs up to Ishri at that as he's riding off.
Walker just said stop that, but not loud enough for Rick to hear.
Oh.
She just rolls her eyes.
Tree
And-
nods sagely, like she's learning great wisdom.
And you guys eventually...
Walker looks concerned at that nod.
It is shortly after sundown that you guys meet up at the Dokar post. It is dark. There is very little in the way of torchlight outside of the post. No one patrolling further south that you saw during your travels. Very much a very quiet, like almost like a homely feeling as you come back to it, just because like you can hear the sounds of like a crackling fire and vague laughter echoing as you come around the bend of a slight hill where the road went around it, and there's that bit of like, oh, because like it feels, you're at a point now where it feels probably more like an inn than a proper military outpost or anything. And yeah, there's as you guys come, you hear one of them call out, "Oi! We're back! Raise the gates and open them!" Hey, William, that's Foley work. You remember that?
Ben, can you stop talking to me?
And you guys,
Ben, play D&D.
I'm allowed to have... DMs are allowed to have fun too, okay?
Stop having fun!
And you guys eventually come in, and the gates are open, and the... Oh, I almost said Intellier. Oh.
Ugh,
Yikes.
Icky pooey.
The Ironblade is there waiting. Her hair now up in a bun, a few... Not nearly as many braids. It looks like it was much more quickly put together this time. And she just gives you a wave. So, how did it go?
Could have been a lot worse, all things considered.
Middling? I'd say middling.
She has a moment where she just furrows her brow and just kind of looks a bit curious. What do you mean, middling?
Walker refers to, looks to Owen, allowing him to say, reveal whatever he wants to reveal.
They didn't run us out of town, for a start.
She gives a little half smile at that.
Mayor agreed to talk with us. Talk him down, but he said that he would send as many as volunteer if I could present their case for independence from Garland to the Kins.
She just gives that yikes look and kind of clenches her teeth a bit. It's there's a very tall ask.
The way he tells it, leaders Nache Duinne have paid little attention to the valley for years.
Is it such an ask? It doesn't look like that valley produces that much. What's the benefit of keeping it?
And if what he says is true, then it is Nashgalda already doesn't pay them any mind, so at that point it's more of a question of pride, letting lands go.
She just kind of like, as you're talking, she just points at, she looks at Walker who asked the question and points at Owen as he says, a matter of pride.
Walker just harumphs, having not much more to comment on the matter.
There's not a lot more that could really be believed on this front, but the one thing I would expect is you're going to be fighting an uphill battle. And not climbing up some stairs either. And at this point, as she's saying uphill battle, she's like knocking on a wall and like motioning to it.
Aye. That was his price.
Good thing I'm good at jumping then.
Wouldn't be the first impossible task we've done.
Nor will I imagine it will be the last.
She gives a half smile at the confidence that you guys seem to have.
I think Owen's, like, he's not projecting confidence. It's more like weariness.
It comes across at least a little confident. It won't be the hardest.
Walker's mildly confident, but like it doesn't super come off that way.
I'm so proud of you guys because you're, if nothing else, you're coming off as very competent right now, which has been a problem in the past.
Listen, we're in my house now. What?
That's all well and good, but...
We were competent in Walker's house.
We
fixed that one lady's basement.
So let me start fucking speaking in character.
Was that wrong?
Stop.
Oh.
It certainly could have been worse. They could have given us nothing at all to work with.
I mean, yeah, but now you're making promises.
Promises only to try.
I told them that I would try. He wished.
But that's
wished
where
to make promise to his people, in spite of everything. I advised against that.
That's where the middling success comes, and not many people are going to volunteer on a promise to try.
You seem quite wise, Elder. Do you have any suggestions as to how we should proceed to try to get this to happen?
Then how old does this bitch look?
60-ish?
Okay, so kind of an elder. We talked about Ishri's age before. Isn't this girl like maybe like a decade older than her?
Yeah, but
okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I know why she called her that. Just trying to work it out in my head.
As you call her an elder, she looks not offended, but a bit taken aback. And there's just a moment. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I need to establish. We were having this conversation in Garish.
I assume at any point in time, Amari
is translating. And
sorry,
and then you just spoke in one.
Yep,
are you okay?
Yeah, and then I speak in Lenorian
And I think this person understands that?
Yes, she speaks Lenorian. Yeah.
Okay.
And she just gives you that look of, I'm sorry, what? What?
I mean, you seem quite wise. Do you not have suggestions for how we should go about proceeding? If you think it's such a difficult task to do you not have suggestions?
I'm out here because I am not good at navigating the, let me choose my words very carefully here. The political eccentricities of the kins. Were I better equipped on that front, I would probably be commanding men for one of the other kins at this point. All I'd say is don't piss off our young lord's father here and expect to get anywhere.
Owen snorts. He just snorts.
Speaking of Owen, I don't think your father's going to want to report, is he?
Owen shrugs. Don't know.
Well, better safe than sorry.
She, the Ironblade, Leos, considers for a moment, and everything else equal, I would avoid You don't want to fight him. As I'm sure you've found out, so...
Oh, yeah, we watched him murder someone, yes.
She kind of gives a pursed but knowing nod. Keep it within reason that he would not be so willing as to murder you. Because even if you were to decline a Grimsar, the expectation is that you would then be forfeiting your argument.
I have already decided what I will do. Challenges me, Blade.
Rom grimaces at the thought.
It certainly won't be giving in to the barbarism, will it, Owen?
I don't think that'd be the best choice.
My father wishes challenge. I'm going to make sure that as many of my people see as I can. See that I do not wish to fight. And they will watch as their leader kills his own son without drawing a sword. Perhaps then they will turn on. See that his way is not the right way.
The Iron Blade, contemplates for a second and looks at you. As noble an idea as it is, I think we need leaders more than martyrs right now.
I gave up once. I will not be banished.
If he doesn't do that, then we're out of one of each.
She purses her lips again, shakes her head. Things are tough. As you know. Probably better than any of us, young lord. But I'm confident that one way or another, we'll get through this. I would hope to see the rest of your family standing at the end of it.
As would I. I have a request of you, and
Oh?
perhaps it's not a request, an idea, a suggestion.
Speak freely.
If you wish, I can work. Once we return to Nache Duinne, I can work to have you transferred. Do not wish to stay here.
I do not wish to stay here, but when the time comes, whether orders or not, we'll know when the fight starts, and we will be there, whether ordered to stay here or not. I do not need you sticking your neck out for me to your father or anyone else. I'm Stilgar. Everyone here is Stilgar. We may be far away from the fighting, but when it gets bad, we will be there alongside you, whether they want us to be or not.
He smiles and he nods and he says, I look forward to the day.
You're not mistaken. They sit in my family home, just as they sit in yours. And I have not spent my last day in the bed that I was raised in. And there's this bit of determination as she says it, and she just kind of like, for one moment, that like almost homely, caring commander worried about her troops is gone, and it's just, there's this look of just a vengeful, just furious, garish warrior for a moment. But then it's very quickly gone.
So Elderblade, you would send your men to their deaths for a city? Is that what you were saying?
I will send them nowhere. I will lead them. Because this is what we have all signed up for. This is what we all agreed on. We are Kintaran. We agreed to be the shield of Garland, to protect it from all invaders. Not just Lenore, not just the Red Band. Though that is what this is this time, I would gladly stand at the front lines and take out anyone who would be interested in stopping our way of life, in dissuading us from our own country, from our own love of our people, who would want to supplant our happiness with their hatred.
Owen nods in agreement.
I suppose that actually makes sense then. Yes.
So, are you expecting men to be marching this way from the valley?
I am. Do not know when, and I do not know how many. Could be as few as 20.
We'll prepare for them.
On that topic, Rick, the one of us who isn't here right now, he'll be coming by a bit later tonight.
She narrows her eyes just a bit. Trouble on the roads?
Collecting left behind item. Walker looks over to the group that was with Rick at the time.
He decided that before we made it to Hobarton, he would stash his wagon of equipment.
Ah, well then. We'll be waiting for him as well. We have men on the watchtowers all hours of the day, so... Assuming he's not going to come in here looking like a assassin of some sort. She gives a little half smile at that, which he does not come across as. A charlatan maybe, but an assassin, no.
He may be hurt from the rabbits, so please get us if he comes back hurt.
Ishri, no. Walker just shakes his head.
Is he hunting? Is that how it...
Misunderstanding, don't worry about it.
Little meta note for you guys. She is going to be up all night trying to figure out what the fuck that means.
Good.
Just ask. Oh, that's great.
You told her not to worry about it.
Yeah, I did.
She's gotta try and go to bed and just be up all fucking night thinking, what the fuck's he gotta be mauled by rabbits? Oh.
I hope Ishri leaves a wake of confused NPCs wherever she goes.
Oh. In like fucking 30 years, there's like this weird bout of insomnia, and when people track it, it's just Ishri's fucking like path through the world. Oh. So, you guys are set up. The last thing she meant. Oh, did you have something else?
Once we were done talking to her.
Okay, yeah. The last thing that she would mention is she will outfit as many of them as she can with the extra things from the armory.
What an absolute legend.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
She'll make sure that, you know, they're all here and they're all moving at once and, you know, teach them the basics at least that she can get down in an hour-long lecture.
Crash course.
I have one thing, like if she's like bidding us goodnight, I have one final thing to say to the
Yeah, no problem.
So like if she bids us goodnight and like makes to go and inspect the lads or whatever, Owen will kind of get up and hurriedly follow after her until it's just the two of them.
God damn it, Nick.
So, I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Son of a bitch.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back. And he catches her arm and he says, "I'm sorry, Einblade. One last thing."
Of course. What?
The mayor of Hobart, he placed a lot of faith in me and my companions. And he said that whatever warriors he would be sending, I be responsible for. And I just wanted to ask, the day comes when we must go to battle together. You help me lead them as well.
She just gives without saying anything, she just gives a knowing nod. Don't think you'll be needing any help, but I'll be there all the same.
Thank you.
Good night, young lord.
Good night, Blade.
And she heads off.
That's all I got.
As Owen leaves the group, Walker is going to address Ishri. Ishri. It's best that if you're talking to someone who is not amongst our group, that you refer to them by their proper title, especially someone like that. Her title is Ironblade, and you refer to her as Elder. Some people might take offense to that.
Ishri's light is coming on, but no sound is coming out.
Anna?
Anna?
Is that not a term of respect? Do you not respect your elders here?
In a manner, though. Some people don't prefer to be referred to as such. I wouldn't use that unless someone specifically referred to themselves that way.
Are we all there? Or is this
Yeah, I mean, you can join in. More the merrier.
We only respect our elders if they deserve it. Or at least I don't. Or do.
Is not being able to survive for a long time not an accomplishment in and of itself? An elder can be of any age.
In a manner, but not
simply
really.
A demarcation of knowledge?
In a way, but not really.
It must just be a mistranslation. What does Einblade mean?
I think it's a rank, a military rank. Probably have to ask Owen or Evian. Do you have any idea?
Is he right? Ben? I feel like
yes.
he's right.
Essentially,
Walker's right, that's a military rank, but
essentially,
it
is a high rank, mostly within Kintaran, though the concept does go further within Garland. Essentially meaning like the high blade, the leading blade, the best, like the leader.
The big sword.
Yeah, yeah. It's
the big sword that makes all the rules.
With the
comically.
the original concept being it was the person who led in battle.
Okay.
The first blade, that sort of thing.
Makes sense. Cool. Thank you. The Ironblade is the one who leads men into battle. If that makes sense.
To mention, that's not something you can just call anyone. Only certain people are Ironblades.
Will they have a tattoo of sorts, like Amari has, to denote him as an elder?
Let's not talk about that tattoo. And that doesn't... Anyway, they would most likely introduce themselves as that, or someone else would introduce them as that.
Oh, okay. All right. I will.
You can always,
careful.
Just ask someone what they'd like to be called as well, or what would be the proper way to address them. I don't think anyone would take offense to that.
Some might if they're like in a position of power. An N tier would probably find that odd.
Perhaps I could just ask Amari
Wait.
every time.
You can always call me Elder Amari.
Amari's not an elder, is she?
I'm elder enough.
In any sense of the word.
Aren't you the youngest one here?
He is.
No.
By at least a good couple of years.
Well, who is younger than you then?
Walker glances
Amari.
at Rom, trying to gauge whether or not she's older than Owen, but gives up.
I mean, Rom had a birthday somewhat recently, so presumably you would maybe remember how
Did we
old
talk
she
about that in
is?
character?
I don't think in
No.
character.
I don't remember talking about that in character.
If Walker
Walker?
sees
I don't remember.
Rom's
think we did.
birthday was when you guys were, like, in the Shadowfell, I believe.
Ron, how
Oh,
old
yeah,
are you?
we didn't talk about birthdays then.
Oh, well, here. Well, actually, I turned 23 around the time we met you.
See, she's younger than me.
Wait, how old?
Mara, you're no older than 20.
No,
thought you
You're not
were
going to
no,
fool any of
I'm,
us.
I'm totally 25.
You're not. No.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
He's doing his best to like suppress the smile, but it's creeping up.
your best bet, Ishri, is just refer to someone as Sir or Ma'am, Mr., Mrs., and then their name. Unless someone else refers to them by another title first.
I can do that. Thank you for letting me know. I don't wish to offend anyone. I mean, I thought it was...
Also,
She
the
seemed
rabbits. Again, they're small creatures, they're harmless, they eat grass.
Okay.
Rick's not going to be any danger whatsoever.
That
Not
is good.
for
He also
rabbits,
does...
anyway.
I mean, he has...
Oh, sorry. What did Rom say?
Not from rabbits, anyway.
Hannah, you were saying something?
I mean, I suppose if the bloody things, go after him, hopefully a wheelbarrow full of weapons will help.
Or he'll be smart enough to run away.
Hopefully.
All right.
Yeah, I guess was that enough time for Owen to return?
Yeah, that's fine. Owen's conversation was not long by any means.
Owen.
Hi.
I'll walk up to him. Did you, tell her of the other Ironblade? What we learned?
Did not.
Do you intend to?
Owen kind of... he rubs the back of his neck, unsure. Makes a non-committal gesture. Not sure who to tell. I
Well.
will tell my mother, of course, but it is troubling news.
Seems despite your title, the amount of authority you have is, well, not as much as it could be.
Not surprised.
Well, maybe our actions can remedy that at some point, and you'll be able to handle it yourself.
Nothing else, I can bring it up at the meeting of the kins.
Would the other members of Kintaran have thoughts on that?
Owen shrugs. Such underhanded tactics, they are not our way. Bribery and theft is not how we here.
I didn't think it would be.
Symptom of the times, I suppose.
Walker just kind of shakes his head. There's something else I want to talk about, but I'll bring that up in front of everyone else as well. And Walker just walks away towards the barracks.
Away from the group of everyone else who's presumably close by?
I'm assuming if people were started clearing out as well. Maybe that's my fault. Did people start clearing out, or everyone just kind of standing around chatting idly?
I feel like Evian did not head out and was instead just kind of waiting for Owen.
Yeah. We gotta get our boy back.
Okay, then Walker would not walk that way instead of walking towards the cluster of party members.
Owen moves to sit back down with the lad.
What's the idle conversation like? I want to know. Curious.
Silence.
There's come down. We silently sit down to a silent group, just sitting there silently.
Yusri, let's go. Oh, Owen, what is your title? You said you are not an Ironblade. Should I call you Sir? Or Mister?
Owen chuckles good-naturedly, and he he says, "Just call me Owen, Ishri."
Ishri, like I said, people who aren't part of our group.
Oh, okay.
And I think we also talked about it before. The appropriate thing would be Lord or Young Lord, something along those lines.
That is what my people will call me, but I am not asking all of you to do the same.
Though, it might be a good idea to do so if we're in front of others, and we want to seem like we're competent, well put together.
To
Official.
outside eyes,
Not a band of fools.
it will be a show of respect to those who are not familiar with us.
Young Lord McDurk does have something of a ring to it. It's like, smirks.
Owen just grins.
You should probably be calling him Lord. I mean, most of us probably should, except for maybe Rick.
What should the Rick be calling him?
Young Lord would probably work. Rick's pretty old.
Rom looks as if she's considering being offended for him since he's not here, but
Well, apparently Amari is very old. So.
Wise beyond
you
my
missed,
years.
missed about 5 of his
Ancient.
birthdays, Owen.
Oh,
The
did I?
land.
Well, if we've missed so many of your birthdays, Amari, he starts counting on his fingers. Think of all the drinks you missed.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, quickly! We must find the Ironblade. Get her to open a keg for you. Not for anyone else, though. Just for you.
No using that cup either. You have to drink directly out of the cake.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this, guys. Think about it for a couple seconds.
Oh, come on,
Actually,
Amari.
yeah.
You're the one who said that, we missed all your birthdays. It's only right.
You've missed like 25 of them. So as far as
We're trying to take them in. Well, 25 kegs it is then.
you don't have to catch up for it.
Oh, no, I insist.
Fine, I'm 19.
So we missed -1 birthdays then, or?
You missed my 19. You missed 19 of my birthdays. Is what it means.
Well, that leaves 6
so
kegs
that's
for the rest
19
of us.
cakes.
Oh no. Math with Amari. How much alcohol does he want to avoid drinking?
Walker looks contemplative for a moment. Doesn't do one soon enough.
How much would 19 kegs of ale cost?
Too much. How are we gonna carry them?
Why would we carry them?
We have Evian.
They're
It's
for
fine.
immediate usage.
I could swim in 19 kegs of alcohol.
Amari is
Maybe
going.
that's what we fill a swimming pool.
You guys just fucking fill Amari with 19 kegs, put him on top of a hill, then just egg on the fucking red band and roll him down the hill at him.
He's a time bomb.
Oh god. god! Well,
We fill
imagine
him up with
Amari dies
alcohol,
and
and then he-
nothing happens. You
It'll
know
be
how much
like
of a
the game
letdown that's gonna be?
Did
That
you
would
all
be something.
Just like, why
catch
fair die
Walker's
this
head
way?
last?
Yes,
No.
yes.
No.
And
It was,
I was going to say,
Contemplative, and then he said, I suppose I'm due one soon enough regarding birthdays.
When's your
and
birthday,
how old
Walker?
are you gonna be, Moses?
Yeah, about 27.
Absolutely ancient. He's the one that you should be calling Elder. Ishri.
Oh, okay.
Simon, how old are you?
Jeez.
Rom looks slightly chagrined, but does not
Correct her?
correct herself.
Ooh, okay, good to know. It's going to the notes.
Wait, what did I just miss?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Don't worry about it. Well, you'll find out later.
I'm hitting 25 here.
I figured
You're
about as much.
25? You look like you're 14.
Simon just looks at you.
Oh, don't listen
You're
to
just
him.
upset
Everybody
because
ages
I'm right.
differently.
Yeah,
Everybody
Simon-
ages differently.
Yeah, we all hit puberty eventually.
Does Simon shave often, or does he just not grow much facial hair?
I would say he
Simon
like
have any
doesn't-
currently?
he
He's an
doesn't
elf.
grow-
He doesn't grow
he's-
facial hair.
He's clean shaven. He probably doesn't grow much facial hair, but it's
So, like,
enough
when
where
we're
he
on,
has to
like-
shave.
Like week and a half long journeys like this, there'll be some stubble.
Yeah,
You'll have the equivalent of a 5 o'clock shadow.
basically that's as much as you'll get.
Mm. And then if he lets it go for like a month or two, it just gets gangly and
Yeah,
fucking.
it's just weird, and he just shaves it. You know?
No.
There was something else. Once we're in a safer spot, maybe back at the manor, and we have a day or two to rest. I planned on, or kind of reaches like it pulls his shirt back a little bit to show the necklace thing that he's been wearing. I planned on sleeping without this.
Is that wise?
Maybe, maybe not. But I think it's a problem that needs to be dealt with sooner than later.
I think between Owen and I, we can take care of it, right? Right?
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. There, I guess it's not me telling you, but asking. Can you guys help me with that?
Of course.
Give me time to rest, and yes,
So,
certainly.
Absolutely.
that would help.
I've
Just
been,
nods.
I've been
appreciatively.
thinking about something.
Go ahead, Nick, sorry.
Something that Ilmarian said.
You said quite a bit. What in particular?
Something, I don't remember exactly how it went, but discovered among other things that it is not Karad who grants me power, but it is power that I take from Karad.
I do remember that.
I thought perhaps I would be granted more command over the magic. Perhaps it would be easier for me to help you than it would be for Ishri or Simon. No?
Maybe. I mean, makes sense. Logic's there. Though, I found that sometimes magic doesn't care for logic. Walker looks at Simon this time, wondering if that's... If that makes sense to the fucking smart magic man.
Not the peasant dumb magic people like
Not the
Owen
dumb
and Ishri.
Not the dumb magic bitches.
Mari's a magic person too.
You are basically a fucking kid with a fucking matchbook.
Damn.
He's a kid with a loaded gun.
Oh god, Amari's got a gun! Oh fuck!
Can I counterspell a gun?
No. Counter this, you fucking casual.
Ugh.
I thought it was Perry.
Did Simon have a response for that, or?
Can you repeat it? I totally fucking lost train of thought.
Walker mentioned that he's found that sometimes magic doesn't really care for logic, and then he looked to Simon to see if he had any reaction to that sentiment.
Simon will do like a smug nod, like a yeah, sometimes, yeah.
And then Walker looked back to Owen.
It was just a thought.
Well, the more people there, probably the better. Well, I say that, I don't know if that's true or not. But I'm sure we'll find out either way.
What will you do, Owen, if you find out that the god that you are worshipping is in fact inflicting this harm upon Walker?
I have tried not to think about it, Ishri. All my life I have tried to be good. It has helped me in so many ways, saved so many lives. I don't want to think about where that leaves me if what I believe is false.
Maybe then
you just said that Elmarion said you were taking the powers from Karad. So isn't this just what you've done with the powers you've taken?
Aye, but
it all seems very... I don't know the word. I don't know. Odd. It's an odd thing to think about. Pretty much from every angle you look at it.
It was the way that my ancestor wrote about Karad that inspired such confidence. It was not church doctrine or anything like that. It was feelings that she had. She would not lie in her own journal.
I suppose then it must be what you do with it, and since you've done such good, then maybe there's a bit of Karad that is good. And that's all that matters. And you can take care of the part that's bad, if need be.
Walker considers bringing up the fact that his father felt it was best to stay in a country that's soon to be invaded and not go off and find his family who are now cut off from their magical protection money. But he decides not to.
Or perhaps it could be an oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Or if Karad is just using powers, it could just be someone using Karad's power. And Karad is just a force, which I think we already knew, so. At the end of the day, you're still doing good with it, and that's what matters, so.
It would matter to me more than otherwise if I found out that there was someone using Karad's power for evil.
Oh, certainly. We can take care of them, yes?
Take care of in what way?
Don't know.
You know, back in my days as a bounty hunter, I had a rule. Never hunt a mage. Too dangerous.
I hate to be that guy, but didn't we literally hunt a mage?
Which time?
The one that turned into a werewolf?
There's an alchemist. A chemist.
Oh. Same difference.
I don't know. Things became a little bit different when I met you all.
There's likely a difference between hunting a mage all by yourself and hunting one with a group of other mages.
Well, I wasn't exactly alone, but yeah, the thing of group of mages versus group of non-mages is the thing. Though it's also a matter of, well, it felt a little too close to home.
Owen nods sagely.
There was one, and just a fortunate fool who tried to hide out in Dreswood when I was just starting out. Set fire to a couple of shops on accident. Well, looked like it. Looked like it anyway. Walker sighs and grows silent, resuming the work that he had been doing the entire time that I forgot to mention.
What happened to this young mage?
Wasn't exactly young, but, well, he turned into the Intelier, assumedly taken to either Varhellens or, you know. Walker kind of glances over at Simon.
The memories of that place still haunt me.
It was, indescribable.
There are a few things more barbaric.
And then the group just becomes silent, thinking about the shit place.
So,
It's just that.
Oh, sorry.
There's just that small sound.
I do have one more thing. I
Let me see the thing.
was gonna try to get in there.
There's just the slight sound of Walker's woodworking, wood scraping against a steel knife.
I feel sometimes like I'm maybe lucky to not know as much about where my power comes from. But then I feel bad about that too, because what if it's a bad thing? And I just don't know it.
It's hard to say.
I feel the same way that I did towards the mayor and his people. It is always better to know the truth.
This might be a long ways off, but might be something that needs looking into one of these days. And I hate to put you down like this, Ron, but there might be more important things in the meantime. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's going to bite us in the ass later.
I wasn't gonna like suggest we go off gallivanting after any of my fool ideas.
We might regret that at some
enough.
point. What if your powers end up, well, maybe not your powers, but the source of your powers ends up causing some trouble? It's hard to say with magic.
You're not wrong.
We might end up regretting not taking this more seriously. Maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but I think you know what I mean.
Is there not some community of elders here in Garland we could ask about it, perhaps?
What's magic like in Garland, Owen? I think I heard you mention that your powers weren't really looked fondly upon, not in like a Lenorian way, but
Well, my case is different because of who I am. Dirks are supposed to be like my father, strong. I was never like that.
Hmm.
My sister was the same way. But otherwise, as far as I know, magic is treated much the same as anything else, you know? People are curious, but above all, Gars prize freedom. We have no laws about. We have no laws restricting people from using magic, such as in Lenore.
William can't remember. Walker knows the name of the funny, like, magic place in the capital, right? Or
What?
he would have heard the name of the funny magic place in the capital, right?
You mean in Verona?
Yes.
You mean the
academy thing where all the research is done? I can't remember. Honestly, God, I can't remember the name of it.
the
So
Basking
many times.
campus?
Basking campus. Walker would that be common knowledge for Lenore that the Basking campus exists and
Yeah,
there's like
that's
good
where
magic shit done there?
that's where Soul Striders work out of there. That's where the Sun Jewel Cathedral is that trains mages and seers. That's
So it's totally applicable here.
That's the god heart of fucking Lenore.
So there's no real equivalent to the Basking campus.
Then I'm assuming not.
No. There's nothing that is nearly as rigidly structured and set up the same way.
No institutional
No.
magic practice.
Though you're confident there probably are, learn to be a wizard 101, come on down type of things. There's no big, massive university where it's like, oh, I graduated from so-and-so. Oh, fuck, you're God. There's nothing like that.
Well, Garland doesn't have accredited universities.
No.
That's pretty funny.
No.
Owen just shakes his head and he motions to Simon and he says, a lot of what we have in Garland is, I told Simon about the mage in Nache Duinne. There'll be 1 or 2 per major town. Nothing like in Lenore, though.
I guess to answer your question, Ishri, our best bet would probably just speaking to someone at the summit or with the summit. But I mean, has anyone heard from them yet? Weren't we supposed to be contacted by their representative at some point?
And then we all look at Ishri.
I've met him, and he received something from us, so he has a way of contacting us when he needs to. And they know about everything. So if they had known about Rom's deity, I suppose they would have said something.
Well, they did have Rom with them for a while, didn't they?
I believe we spoke about it. It was
about your magic.
Yeah.
You seem to be a bit guarded.
It was there when I, came back.
Well, perhaps they're going to get back to us eventually because at some point I need to get back to the Shadowfell to figure out how to stop, figure out the way to stop the world from burning. So at some point they will contact us, and I suppose we can ask them again then.
Suppose it's just a waiting game then. Well, not like we don't have other things to do in the meantime.
Find a way to get you.
I'm bringing you all with me for sure, definitely. I'd like to show you all. It's. I know your experience of the Shadowfell was rough, but I truly believe if you see Nariho's protection upon the Citadel, you will be just amazed. I'd like you to all feel that safety for once.
At the mention of returning to the Shadowfell, the color does drain from Owen's face.
You might be... Your expectations might not be what actually happens, Ishri. You may wish to temper them.
I mean, we discussed this. We presume that the negative mind effects that affected you on the Shadowfell would likely be protected by Nariho's blessing. I mean, if Nariho's blessing can make barren ground grow crops and keep people safe and protect us from diseases, I suppose it would be minor to keep you from going crazy.
I don't really know how magic works, Ishri, but I don't think there's any guarantee of anything. You don't sound like you're so sure, and it doesn't sound like it's something that's ever been tested before.
And there's also the question of how we would return.
Well, aren't they working on that? Walker looks at Ishri this time.
Avian looks at Amari.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh god!
No. Mari holds his hands up and takes a step back.
He points his gun at everyone. You stay away from me.
I just hold my hand
the camera. You too.
Hold my hand out like it's a fucking Buster from Mega Man and just say, "No, don't do it."
I assume that when they go to send us in one direction, they'll give us a way back. And if things are really truly bad, you can all leave, and then I can come back on my own time. With the information.
Well, we'll see how it goes. There's a lot to be done in the meantime. We should probably get some rest. Walker says, making no attempt to get up and go get rest.
Well, Romwell, fuck you. Rom needs her beauty sleep.
Whenever Owen gets up is when Simon will get up.
What does that mean?
I need to talk to you, but he's not going to say it to everybody. 'Cause every time he wants to talk to someone in private, it's all a huge thing. So wait. First time.
When does Owen get up? I think he spends a while lost in thought, just sitting with everybody. But he does need some rest tonight, so he will get up after a while.
So, the next morning...
Okay.
You said get up after a while. I thought you were done.
No, I'm sorry. So I said, because Logan asked
I said
when...
Did you guys have anything else to do that night?
Yes.
Oh my god!
I said everyone panic!
I thought within an hour of this session beginning, we'd be back in Nache Duinne, not hanging out at the Dokar Post all night.
Sorry, they're calling you an
That's
asshole.
true, bro.
I have a conversation for Owen.
You guys to do that!
Just a quick conversation with Owen. So when Owen gets up, Simon will just follow right behind. Out of earshot, everyone else no one's paying attention. Owen, I'm just wondering, do you know? I'm pretty sure I might have asked you this already, honestly, but do you know where I can get stuff to, like, spell supplies?
Ben, is this a question that Owen knows the answer to?
Specifically with regards to wizardry things, like, that's not something you ever needed because all of your casting was done through faith, but, like, you wouldn't know the specifics, but you'd be sure there's gotta be something in Nache Duinne. Like, the big capitals, like, there are mages, there is, you know, it's just about maybe speaking with, you know, an arcanist in Nache Duinne, or even looking for just, you know, a wizard's shop of some sort in the city would not be a bad idea. But, like, it is not something that you've specifically ever really needed to do as a, you know, more faith-based caster who does not need to research or understand how spells work to use them?
Trying to find. I'm not sure if I wrote down because Makarnak gave us the name of the Nashgalda Arcanist, right?
Yes.
I don't. Where it is? He turns and he says he thinks for a minute, and he says, I don't know for sure, but I'm sure that there are other mages and such in the big cities. Perhaps when we go and meet with the Nashgalda mage, they might know more.
Well, if you can help me out when we get there.
Of course. I was hoping to come with you to meet them.
Has there been any issue with me being, and he motions to himself? Not from here.
Owen kind of gets a mischievous grin on his face,
Oh, no.
and he says, "Oh, come on, Simon. You are one of the young Lord McDurk's retainers. Personal retainers."
Rolls his eye. Yeah. Alright, I guess that could work.
You should have nothing to fear, my friend.
Thank you. Well, get some rest then.
And you?
Then we'll head off.
By the way, Nick, it was Arcanist Kate Shagath. Shagath.
I don't remember writing that.
Do you tell me that or no? Did you tell me that?
Yeah, I think Owen would mention
Can I
the
get
name.
spelling on that?
I already put it in the thing.
Okay, thank you.
I knew it was coming.
before I fucking tried to type that out.
I'm interested in how many ways. I almost held it back just to see how many ways you could spell Kate before giving up. Oh. So with that, I will ask unto you all: is there anything else you need to do for the night in the Dokar Post?
Night
just-
rest.
No.
I just want to say Ishri does sleep in Amari's doorway, as per usual. Just on the floor.
I love that so much.
Oh. Like outside of, like in the hallway, or like right in front?
Right immediately inside the doorway.
The door's
It is
open
ripped,
in,
yes.
you know that, right?
Yeah, she's gonna
Yeah,
get
that's
hit
fine.
with the door open.
That's
She's
fine,
fucking
that's
body
fine.
blocking the door. Well, at least Amari's safe of like a hurricane flood.
Amari has to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, and he just has to pee in the corner.
There's a
You
window.
pee in that bucket and you like it.
There's a window, damn
Ew.
it. Just pee out the window.
Arcade medieval times.
Is there anything else you guys need to do for the night?
Sleep.
Great. So,
I
the
love medieval
next
times. It's my favorite restaurant.
the next morning, as the sun rises, you are all slowly to wake. The last night in a vaguely comfortable bed that you're going to get. Not very comfortable, but you know, it beats sleeping on a uneven ground in a bedroll for a few days till you get back to Nache Duinne. You guys start to get up one by one. There's a simple stew breakfast that is being made. A few people are moving about. There is a keg of morning ale, specifically, with tankards being handed out to you guys as you get up.
Is that including the 19 that we had to have Amari drink last night, or?
I mean, if Amari drinks all those, Ishri doesn't need to be in the doorway because he's not getting out it.
He drinks it out of the cup, though, so he's fine.
I kid.
No, that's not allowed.
That's so
I'm drinking
much
it out of my
liquid.
funny cup, and you'll like it.
We will
I will
hold him
break
down.
the funny cup. I will break it. I
Hold
will
him down
fucking
and just
shatter the
fucking
cup.
staple his head to the goddamn faucet.
You
Oh.
put him on the ground, put a funnel in his mouth, and start pouring.
As an aside, then, Garland has keg stands, right?
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I thought so.
What's a keg stand?
Oh my god,
Oh,
you sweet
wow.
summer child.
Listen, I'm a Mormon who grew up
I'm
in
so
South Georgia with
excited
no
to
friends.
teach this young Mormon lad about the sins of our ways.
Don't worry, Ven. I'm
I
writing a
think
note right
I
now
have
to
an
come
idea.
up with a suitably garish name for a keg stand so we can blindside
I
him.
have an idea of what I think it is, but I'm not sure if it is what it is.
It's not a coat rack that has alcohol in it.
That's not what I was thinking. Isn't it like you drink alcohol but you're upside down?
Sure, bud.
Okay.
So, as you guys get up, Owen, as you're, having breakfast and your morning ale, which is not to say it's any different than the evening ale, except that they kind of like, it's not cold, but it's a bit, it's got that, they leave it out overnight to kind of like, not chill, but get as cold as it can. Nice little bit of morning ale to kind of wake you up, give you a little kick.
Sure.
Not always garish tradition, but
What my dad used
it
to
is
say.
definitely a Dokar Post tradition because they all are doing it. You get the feeling these people are always at least a little buzzed when you're working here at the Dokar Post.
Love it.
The best way to avoid the hangover is if it never comes.
Is there like garish coffee is just like that's just what they call the morning ale? It has no coffee in it. It's just like slightly chilled ale.
I mean, it's essentially the
That's
closest
what
thing
it
they
is.
have to coffee. Coffee is, as I mentioned before, a Jandalian discovery and invention.
Yeah, but that's the joke, right? They don't have coffee. But
Exactly.
This is their morning coffee.
The only place it would be even remotely common would be probably Duinne, the concept of coffee. It's the biggest port in the country.
We had it at the fancy bank.
Yeah, you guys did have it back in Lenore.
Well, you guys was Walker and Rom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys got a free fucking cup for it, too.
Yeah, that's still in my inventory.
Hey. So, the Einblade finds you, Owen, and she just sits down across from you, begins working on her own morning ale, and just... So, young lord, are you going to be heading off soon then? I hope.
As soon as possible, if our companion returned last night.
He did. He seemed very tired, headed straight off to bed.
It is good to hear.
She gives a quick nod.
So long as he got here safely.
I mean, he did say to let you know that he was mauled by rabbits, but was able to valiantly survive.
Rolls his eyes.
Specifically to tell Ishri. He was able to patch up his own wounds, he said.
Now
You
don't
sure
you go
nuts.
believe in him again. He's still fooling.
Very cunning. He's quite cunning.
An
Rickets.
absolute charlatan, in every sense of the word. But that is neither here nor there. I wish there was more I could help you with. I know you have the supplies to get back already. We'll do what we can, as I said. Try and outfit the people who come through here. I'll try and get them all together, Give them a crash course in Garish warfare. Might hold them up a day or two, but if I can get them all to travel together and listen, I feel like it makes it a bit easier on you.
That it would. If you could find at least one among them who could lead them, like a sergeant or something like that, that would also be helpful.
See what I can do. Is there how long do you want me to hold them? Wait for stragglers before I send them on their way. Couple of days?
Owen relates to her what I'm sure he knows would be a
Okay, that's fine.
like the scheduling where he doesn't want them to be late, but he also doesn't want them to get there before he and the party do.
Yeah.
Whatever time frame that is.
And if anything's needed, is there a way I can contact you? Excuse me. Oh.
I have a way to contact you, but otherwise I am afraid we are down to regular messengers.
Where are you staying? Give me the location. I can at least send, birds or messengers or what have you.
My family's house in Nache Duinne.
Hi. Okay. Ooh, I don't know what the fuck I did. All of a sudden, can't breathe. I'll see what I can do then.
Bye.
Here's to hoping. And you guys prepare to head off?
Owen does. I don't know, like a salute would be like a garish salute would be appropriate for the Ironblade, I imagine.
Yeah.
And by garish salute, I of course mean a somewhat official and respectful bear hug.
Yeah,
of course.
She hugs back, pats you on the shoulder, and you guys are packed up, and on a new day, you are sent on your way north once more, back through the valleys of the forests of northern Garland, on your way to Hatherton, and eventually Nache Duinne. For this next section of the journey, perception checks again, please. From the front and back, scouts.
Now, see, the law of averages say that. There we go. There we go.
Hey!
I was gonna laugh so hard if it was a nat one. It would have been pretty good.
God, I was expecting that. So,
I'll tell you what.
as you guys start to head north, we are going to take our first break of the night.
William.
Alrighty.
Doesn't probably work for eating and drinking.
So,
Oh!
we may continue.
Oh, Logan, thank you.
Did he send you nudes?
Yeah, dude, she met the gold subscription level.
Okay, who do I PayPal this to? Like,
Me, it's me. Do it to me.
Guys,
alright, what's your PayPal?
let's
What's
bring
your
it back
PayPal?
in.
DM
We've
to
got
me now.
D&D to play.
I got nudes to look at.
Ben, did we get a night's rest? at
Night's
the
rest,
old
yeah.
post?
Yep.
Nice.
Cringe.
You all complete a night's rest. The morning comes to you, and you begin anew. Rick is here. He sleeps in a bit, like he's probably the last one to awake. Seemed like he was out pretty late. You guys have anything else to do before leaving?
No, sir.
No, Walker is, of course, up early. He actually does take the opportunity to practice with his heavy crossbow some.
Okay.
In the early morning.
All right. And then we already had the perception checks from Evan and Owen.
Let me give you my stealth survival.
All right. Still on the...
Yep.
Oh.
I survive us all the way there.
Well, the DC was actually 30, so get fucked.
How dare you?
Yeah.
The evidence of people on horseback on the roads as you begin to head north once more is fairly obvious. It's fairly obvious just based on the weight, things like that. That it's probably patrols from the Dokar post, though you are able to separate horseback that seems like it was moving quicker at a deeper stride, at least for a little while. Probably another few hours as you head north before it eventually kind of starts to fade out. You would presume, based on stride, speed, other various things, that it was probably A good chance it was the man that you crossed on your way going south.
Could the tracks be followed?
Where did it say where'd you say the tracks were heading?
They're heading north, the way you're going now.
Classic.
Occasionally breaking into the, occasionally they break in off of the path and into the wilds of the plains, but other than that, they just continue north. As you guys continue your travels, it is simple, quiet, obvious, less than threatening as you continue. The first day is much as you would expect. Simple, safe. At one point, towards the evening, you do cross paths with one of the soldiers under the Dokar Post's command, who just gives you a silent nod and like, just there's just a moment where they're like kind of pause and they're like, any good stories about anything that happened?
Fuck. Is he asking us about what happened in the valley?
Yeah, like he seems excited at the concept of you guys like because like you were telling all these stories and things, like kind of mostly at Ishri at this point. Slay anything dangerous or no?
Wait, can Owen somehow non-verbally communicate to Ishri that he should tell him about the giant rats that she valiantly slew single-handedly?
I don't know if there's a way to non-verbally communicate something that complicated.
A bit much.
You could say it in Lenorian. Oh wait, the Ishri can't. Nope.
Well, there was this possibility of rabbits wielding weapons with not thumbs, and then horses also maybe wielding weapons. It was quite dangerous.
His face goes kind of slack-jawed. And I'm assuming this is through your translator?
In Lenorian, through Amari.
Okay. There's that momentary pause, and you just... I don't know, that is a common thing in the other place? Or...
Oh no, this is a monstrosity unlike anything I've ever seen before.
How have I never heard of it? That's so dangerous. Like, at this point, he has gotten off of his horse, and he's, like, up to you. He's just like... Are these a new threat? Like that horrible blood ritual you all dealt with? Or...
It wouldn't make any sense if Walker tapped his wrist, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just checking.
Walker points at the sun.
I mean, perhaps... Maybe you should keep your wits about you. I mean, dangerous things can happen on the road to people who are traveling, yes, so.
That's why I'm here. Keep an eye out for the horses and rabbits. Strange things this magic is doing. Dangerous. Thank you for the warning. And like, he gives you this deep, respectful bow.
Ishri, in return, bows back at him.
And he quickly heads back up on his horse, and now, like, much more carefully and not nearly as nonchalant as when he came up to you, he's like scanning the horizon around him as he continues to head south.
Before Walker can say anything, Ishri looks to him and says,
even if it's not true and it's just a joke of a charlatan, and she looks at Rick, at least he's keeping the road safe a little bit better, since the people, the village, complained about the roads not being very safe.
Rick just kind of gives a bit of a shrug, like half hearing you. He's a bit out of it today. And you guys continue.
Rom would check on him.
Okay.
Just, ask if anything's up? That kind of thing?
I just had one, those nights where you don't really sleep, and on top of that, I can get lost, but I got lost a bit. All right, so I was hooking everything up to Ruthie, and I kind of, I was making sure everything was there, and Ruthie was kind of, agitated, and I kind of jumped up on the outcropping. I was like, all right, and I slammed my head. I was out for a little while.
What the fuck?
Rick!
That was a concussion.
I mean, I'm fine now, but yeah, at the time, I just, the outcropping's a little overhang. So I didn't get until, I didn't really get a full night's sleep, and when you get old like me, you really need them 8 hours.
You could have said something, we would have waited.
Oh, it's all good.
Did you even think of having, Owen take a look at you or something?
I'm fine.
Walker looks to Owen.
You hit your head and passed out, and you think you're fine?
I'm here, ain't I? And I got all my weapons, and I got all my stuff, I'm fine.
Is he like slurring his speech? Is that what I'm hearing?
A little bit, but also he did say he didn't really get a full. He didn't get a full night's sleep. Give me a medicine check, Owen.
I know what concussions are. I know what these things are.
Yeah, you do.
15.
Yeah, he is fortunately fairly accurate in his own assessment.
Assessment.
I tongue twisted the shit out of myself. His own assessment of himself, and he is fine. He probably just, you knock yourself on the head, you're out for a little while, and he just needs a good night's sleep to rest it off. He'll be fine.
Just try and take it easy on the road today, Rick.
I'm not that old that I can't just, I'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. You take it easy. You're always working hard anyway. He just kind of awkwardly just... He doesn't really this is someone who's never really had people who just tell him to take it easy or anything, and he really doesn't know how to react.
I don't even care about him.
Anyway, so with that scene,
scowls in his general direction.
You got nothing to worry about. I told you I'm fine. All's good. All is well.
Well, we'll see, I suppose. She will leave it at that.
And you guys continue. If there's nothing else immediately, we will, for the sake of brevity...
Vroom vroom.
The tracks that you are following over the total length of your journey from the Dokar post to Hatherton is going to be about 3 days or so.
Probably the second night on the road, Walker does get some sleep.
I don't know if it matters when. Maybe a day or so into the journey, but probably at the camp on the second night, Owen would voice his. This is not so. Ben, if I come to a conclusion that I think, I feel like it's reasonable that Owen would have come to the same conclusion that I did, that I voiced prior to the session. Is that's reasonable, right?
Yeah, probably.
After seeing the people of the valley.
Yeah.
So he would bring that up. He would, over his meager dinner of pemmican and whatever else we have.
Bit of jerky road.
I like to think that the Dokar post, that the Einblade set us up with, a little bit of travel ale, which
Yeah.
is also the same as morning and night ale.
Yeah.
They just call it travel ale.
Yeah.
He would say something. He would say to no one in particular. He would say, you know, now that I've had some time to think about it, it's quite strange that I came across a lone rider so heavily armed when even the people of Hobarton had naught but pitchforks and pitted swords.
Then I don't want to say anything here because of reasons.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you, looking back on it, what's Walker getting from that thing? Is that really that suspicious?
I mean,
you said we rolled like over
yeah,
20 in that, right?
you guys, like, thinking back on, like, the guy definitely stuck out. He didn't seem like a regular person from the Rat Creek Valley. Like, he was trained, but he didn't come off as garish, really. He was coming from the valley. Like, the Dokar Post knew nothing about him, which means he had to have been coming from the valley. But, I mean, he had to have at least been, like, at least a mercenary, but, like, a mercenary would not have been so...
freaked out?
Standoffish, I think is a better word for it. Like, normally, you know, there's nothing illegal about doing mercenary work or bounty hunting or anything like that.
Based on Walker's history and background, anything there?
Within reason, he definitely came across as the sort that would be, like, that level of care and paranoia definitely comes across as someone who is on the run or avoiding people for a certain reason, is what I'll give you.
Walker will explain the majority of that based on what Owen's bringing up, and specifically bringing attention to. Innocent people don't typically try to avoid you. At least not that much.
Has Walker said that these tracks that he's been following are this man, are he suspects are this man's, or has he
bring
kept
that up during this conversation?
If you can follow them with ease, perhaps know his true intentions. Said he was headed to Nache Duinne.
Did he say that? Was William asking?
He did. He said he was. His excuse for traveling outside of the valley was he was going to Nache Duinne to borrow some.
Well, we can certainly. I can certainly try to follow it on our way up, on our way north, if you'd like.
He did
I
not
don't
look.
see why not, as long as it's, not out of our way.
Just strikes me as odd. You all saw the people. He didn't look like the rest of them.
I suppose not, now that you mention it.
If there's something to think on. Who knows, he could even be an agent of Clive's. Or worse.
Might want to be more thorough next time we see a suspicious person on the road.
What would you have us do? I feel like we were pretty thorough to begin with.
Speak to them at a greater length.
It did seem like it was drawn close to, violence, maybe? Did anyone else get that feeling?
He was certainly ready to fight.
It was more that I felt he was ready to draw his sword.
A foolhardy thing to do, especially if you are just a common man working in the valley. Not something I expected from a farmer.
Well, just wanted you all to keep it in mind.
So your travels continue. It's the... It is, are you trying to make Hatherton by, like, the night of Traldis or, like, midday Fortis?
I think the idea is we're moving at a quick pace, but not killing ourselves.
Okay. Alright, so with that, like, you'd be probably a decent 5 or so miles out of Hatherton come the night of Traldis, so it would be early Fortis that you would, like noonish, that you'd finally arrive at Hatherton.
Based on my survival check, am I able to get more information on where that fucking rider went?
The last bit of information you had was... This guy, like, as you continued, like, following through the days, around the time, like, probably around the time that there was the split off to Alavest, he started covering his tracks very well.
Very well?
Very well. Like, to the point where between the overgrowth and the road becoming more commonly traveled the more north you go, you did eventually lose them.
Highly suspicious.
Yeah.
Would make it known. Like he'd probably be off to the side of the group in the grass a bit, looking, like, hand on the ground, looking around. He would stand up, begin making his way back to the group. Just mention. It seems the man started to cover his tracks around here.
It would have coincided with slowing down a bit.
Looks like the man began slowing down and covering his tracks at this point. There's no more trail to follow.
Whoever he was, he did not want people to know where he was going.
Yeah, is there anywhere near here that he might be trying to get to?
Well, we are at something of a crossroads. From the west lies the rest of Garland. To the east, my homeland. There is also Alavast. Perhaps he doubled back. Who knows?
Either way, farmers don't often cover their tracks.
Yeah, it is definitely on the more suspicious. Like, Walker, you've tracked people. This level of, like, covering your tracks is the kind of shit, like, throws up red fucking flags. Like, this was the kind of stuff that, like, when you were back doing the bounty hunting with the buds, this is the kind of shit where it was like, okay, time to call in everybody. Can't do this one on my own. Like, knowing that they're genuinely dangerous.
This is someone who's known and wanted.
Well, I guess all we can do is keep an eye out and see if we recognize him anywhere we go.
Well, that's not all we can do, Rom.
She raises an eyebrow?
Go on.
We have met the man.
Are you implying you're going to speak to him?
Possible.
You want to just pop into his head and ask him where he is, what he's doing?
I didn't say I wanted to. I said it was possible.
Or kind of looks back and forth between the two. I don't see this ending up in a way that's beneficial to us. He'll probably just freak out and not respond.
True enough.
Yeah, I would say about as much. I mean, there's, at least the way I do it, there's nothing that makes him have to respond.
I suppose. Well, as you say, Rom. Just keep an eye out.
Alright.
Back in the old days, it wasn't often you'd find someone who would do something like this. Usually when I would, call in my friends to help out.
I imagine back in the old days, not living in times of war.
Oh, old days of bounty hunting.
Aye, but we're not living in a land ravaged by war. What I'm saying makes people act differently.
Suppose so. But even then, I don't really see a reason someone would cover their tracks on a well-trodden road from someone who is meant to be the, authority and defenders of them. Anyway, let's get going.
And then we do.
Yeah.
Continuing your journeys north towards Hatherton, after considering just what this person that you came across was, discussing the various intricacies of, well, a lot of small things that have happened as you head north out of the Dokar post, through the plains of northern Garland, and make your way to the southernmost reaches of the Shaymar Expanse, eventually finding yourselves coming up towards Hatherton. The early morning sun that you leave through, and eventually the modicum of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking farms all around. Every one of them with people working them. There are horses, there are mules, there are all sorts of beasts of burden, beasts of anything. There are cow fields that are being milked. This is probably the most, like, active at once farming town that many of you have ever seen. Like, it's in overdrive right now.
To interrupt, didn't we decide we'd send some people to Hatherton while the rest went to Nache Duinne?
I'm sorry,
Send like 2 people on, like specifically on horses, while the rest, have to have some people walk on foot. That way, the people on the horses can make good time to get there and then back to the rest of the group to save a bit of time.
I'm sorry, did you want to do that?
Did we say that?
Am I misremembering?
Vaguely remember
I vaguely remember you guys
I think
discussing
it
it. I
was-
don't remember if that was the plan.
I think it was simpler as we just send Rick because we don't care how long Rick takes or something like that. But also he has a concussion now, so that's a little bit different. Do we want to do something like that?
I mean, at this point, Owen would know that Rick is pretty much fine, so.
I also feel like it was Owen's mother who specifically asked him to check on Hatherton, right?
Yeah.
So he would definitely go himself. Because we are still on schedule, right?
Yes, and this is, of course, assuming best case scenario. Like, you're on schedule for assuming everyone gets there and, like, is set up. Like, there's wiggle room even beyond that if they're running late.
The Kins, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to say, Owen wanting to go himself doesn't change my idea. We still send, like, Owen and Evian, or Owen, Rom, Evian. Like, send a couple people with horses and send the people with less horses and some walkers on the way to Nache Duinne. That still give us a bit of a,
There's only one walker, though.
I hate you. I fucking hate you so much. Okay, I'm done with my explanation. Do we want to fucking split up or nah?
Well, Owen kind of needs to be there at Nache Duinne, right? Like,
No, but like the idea is people going to Nache Duinne would be a bit slower because they don't have horses. Or not that they don't have horses, but they don't. Not everyone will have horses. Who's going that way? Or if we can provide everyone heading to Hatherton.
That makes sense.
It would save us a bit of time in the long term, but you know, I don't really have much else.
If we have enough time, I don't see why we would split up.
There could be
point.
fucking demon shit going on, man. Better to stick together.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
All right.
Isn't there a shortcut at some point too if we need it, or are we past the shortcut?
no,
Yeah,
going
you'd be
to
past the
Hatherton
shortcut. The shortcut was
Okay,
cutting through the
cool.
forest.
It was like over here
Yeah.
or something.
It kind
sorry.
of invalidates the idea of going the shortcut going to Hatherton. But you know,
You guys...
lots of farms.
Lots of farms, all of them being worked. You can see there are horses pulling wagons, like, as you're just coming into Hatherton, there's lots of, oh, excuse me, sorry, sorry, oh, my bad, whoops, sorry, excuse me. Like, the roads here, the main road going into Hatherton is fucking huge because it's the main road from Nache Duinne to fucking Virat. Like, it has to be able to like, manage caravans and other things going the other way. It's still, like, there are people just parked on the side of the fucking road right now, just, like, with wagon after wagon set up, loading up things. It's like, imagine, like, you know, it's like, oh, it's an estate sale. Everything must go, but for an entire town right now.
Indeed.
You begin heading towards the town center, which calling it a town center is about as generous as you can do because this town has little in the way of proper town things. Like, there is a blacksmith who probably makes, like, oh, and these are things you would know. There's a blacksmith. He makes most of his money making, like, fucking horseshoes, cabinet hinges, things like that. Like, no one's making fucking weapons here.
He is a domestic smith.
Which is how most smiths make at least most of their daily coin. But yeah, this, like, it's a smith. He spends all of his time doing basic things. There's like a single fucking group of people who are mostly making clothing and things like that. There's not a lot in the way of commerce. Everything here is to support the farms. There's a small general store. It has the basics. That's about it. There is a large inn called Hatherton's Half Stop. It is little more than, like, at one point, it probably was a regular inn until they knocked out most of the walls and just said, surprise, it's a fucking, you just put down your bedroll wherever, pay us 2 copper, the night's yours and you'll be safe. Like,
Yeah,
it's a full-on hostel now.
Alright.
So as far as being a town goes, it is little more than a crossroads place for people to stay the night. Other than that, it is farmland. You eventually find your way to the Lord Mayor's, not house, but I don't want to say office. That feels far too...
official?
Yeah, for Garland, there's definitely not a Lord Mayor's office. It is more...
Were we in the Lord Mayor's office in that other town we were in?
There was. If you would have met him more, you would have learned about how that was all inspired because the people who founded Hobarton were actually refugees from Lenore, so they do things in a more Lenorian way. But I digress.
Huh.
That's something you didn't learn. Specifically, the Lord Mayor himself, who was actually a third-generation Lenorian living in the Rat Creek Valley, whose father was actually one of the ones who kind of really rallied people into Hobarton as a town that kind of made it become the capital of the valley, despite the fact that there really wasn't one before that. But I digress. You missed a lot when you were there.
I mean, we were ushered out of the town. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Anyway, so, yeah, there's no office. There is something akin to a city hall. Calling it that's probably still a little too official, but it is a longhouse. It is where the Lord Mayor resides for most of the day, and it's the only building of any real import that is not a farm in this entire town. So, eventually making your way to what would amount to a town center, it takes much longer than it should just because of the amount of traffic. And there's not really so much a sense of panic in Hatherton as there is a sense of, like, working hard. Like, everyone's double timing it. Like, you know, it's when your boss says you got a week left on the project, but you got a month, so everyone's working overtime. They're all burnt out and tired. They're working fucking all-nighters, sleeping in the office. That's the general sense of what you're getting here. Essentially, Hatherton is CD Projekt Red.
Do we get any looks of admiration as we go through, like, you know, with the flying the Kimtaran colors and you know?
Not especially. Like, you get, like, that, sorry, like, people kind of trying to get out of your way and, like, acknowledging you, but people are too busy to stop and admire you.
Is there any, if, Ben, if there's any instances of, like, you know, people's wagon wheels being broken, like, on the way, Owen will stop to help them.
Okay.
Are you gonna have your team of carpenters fix it for them?
You're damn right I am.
Oh my god.
Evian and Walker on the case.
To make this happen, I want to play this out.
All right. So,
oh god.
Wanting to help out, offering your retainers services to anyone who needs them.
Yes, my retainers.
Your manservants.
Of course.
Men servants? Manservants?
Well, I have to differentiate
Evan
because
and
sometimes,
Mo.
you know, I have boy servants in the form of Amari.
Oh no.
I didn't like that.
Oh my. Ooh.
Evian's his chair servant. Owen starts sitting down. Evian has to get on all fours and sit behind him so Owen can sit on him.
Oh. Oh
He just dives.
Well, you know, since
My
Evian
lord,
has,
you're a butt!
well, Evian already has like the 3 legs, so he's balanced, so it works out.
So anyway.
Come on, Mitchell, that was good. It was it was
no.
saying something nice about your character too.
So
Oh no.
anyway,
Were you complimenting my penis?
you guys find, you know, there are things that are damaged, things where it's like someone has a horse that's pulling one of those, I cannot remember what they're called, the harvesters that they pull. They're essentially giant rakes. Plow, that's the word.
Plow.
I've been off my game for my words for the last couple weeks, and I have no idea why.
Start reading dictionaries in your free time, idiot.
What do you mean last week?
I was off my game for words for like, I'm on like week 3 of not having all my words. Yes, pulling plows. And some of them have damage, and of course Walker Walker, you're like, oh, okay, and Owen's doing his thing, and he's voluntelling you to offer your services.
How does Owen phrase
that? So like the first instance of this, like Owen will literally like pull Lou off the side, dismount, and like go and see what's wrong. And like start talking to the people, and you know, just like he's done before, like in Dunrock, he just talks to the people, and then he'll look over, like if they say, oh, you know, my lord, you know, this happened to my wagon, and these spokes have busted, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like he'll look over pleadingly at Walker and Evian, and he'll say, well, I'm sure that, you know, it's no trouble at all for my companions to lend their aid to such a simple task as this.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I'd imagine in a situation like this, Evian would act as a car jack. While Walker does the actual...
Isn't that basically what happened when we built the fucking pulley system for the horses?
Yes, it is.
He gets on his fucking knees and like puts one arm under it. Walker grabs his other arm and lifts it up and down, and his left arm just starts raising.
They call him torque.
I have food in my mouth. It's in my nose.
Oh.
Mitchell, no.
Oh, now it's stuck.
And so you both of you give me your good carpenter checks.
And like strength based since he's a
Evian with strength based, he's doing the holding and the lifting. Walker dex based, you're doing the more careful hammering of nails and the bits of, you know, other things. One thing
Can I just give you a strength check because it's the same?
You said dex, right?
Or a strength save, rather.
No, give me a woodcarver's tools.
Okay, well I don't know how to do.
Oh, that's
while they're doing that, Owen is just basically making small talk with the family.
Jesus Christ! Well, no, Owen. What you do is start to make small talk, and about 2 minutes later, they've already got it fixed. You're like still like, oh, and these are my companions. This is Walker. This is Evie. They're they're already done.
Well, what can I say? My boys work fast.
As soon as even Walker finishes, they do like a complex system of like handshake and like slaps, clapping and shit.
There's like a little dance in the middle of it.
Into the fist bump that explodes.
It's gonna be really weird when they start breaking into song and dance while building things.
I can't wait for the fucking Atlium Christmas special.
And then the campaign turns into a Disney movie about how two men work on wood together.
I don't know if that would be more Disney, friend.
Anyway,
I
don't know if Disney would go for that one.
I mean,
I don't know if that's age appropriate.
You never know.
Go on, Ben.
Anyway, so this happens a few more times. And there's a lot of pride you can take in being, you know, I'm the figurehead. I'm leading these people, and they're busting their ass and helping people. Like, these guys are doing a damn good job. They're fixing up. They're, you know, like, obviously you guys don't have the time or tools or supplies to permanently fix these things, but you're like, yeah, so don't kill yourself, stay on the road, and that card will last you till you get to Nache Duinne. Things like that. But, yeah, for however long you guys spend, you are busting your ass helping people.
Was exactly what I wanted.
This is what you want for the biggest campaign. Be the big fucking lord man who makes the peasants do all the shit.
Listen,
we're Pikmin now.
Owen is a...
The way
Owen, you mean
is just
Omar?
bench pressing here.
Evian's a purple Pikmin.
I don't know what that means.
You ever play Pikmin?
No, sir. I didn't have a childhood.
Anyway, so, you guys eventually make your way to the equivalent of the city hall, the long hall in the middle of Hatherton. You see, the doors are wide open. There's a line of people out the door right now.
Nice. Just what we wanted.
Like these people are all clearly in line to see.
They are all in
mayor.
line, yes.
How fast is the line going?
You stand there for about 2 minutes. All right, move forward. Another 3 minutes, moves forward. About another 2 minutes, moves forward. You kind of like eyeball it, and you're like, yeah, you get in line, you'll probably be seen in about an hour and a half. You would note like things like there are a lot of like kids and like you know, women who are obviously like drenched in sweat and really dirty. They've probably been working all morning that are now like doing this so that other people can work. Like lots of that. Like, all right, you're dead. Go wait in line. I'll get to work. Hold my spot type of things.
Owen's gonna signal to the others to like, you know, fucking
fuck off.
Like spread out or like see what you can do to lend aid to the townsfolk, and he will get in line.
Oh boy.
Oh god. Okay.
Evian's going with Walker immediately.
So
he is sticking with Walker.
Evian, Walker, go do their shit. We take Simon because fuck, that kid's gonna cause an issue. And then Ishri, Rom, and Amari go do something.
Well,
That's up to them.
Two of us can lift heavy shit.
That's really what Ishri's gonna run around to ask people in the door, or she's gonna nudge Amari to ask them in Garish, can you lift? Or she's gonna ask Amari how to say, do you need help lifting anything in Garish? And learn that.
Yeah.
She's gonna say,
I'll
bro,
tell
do
her-
you even lift?
And then I'll teach her also to say point to the thing.
Oh
So
no!
Ishri runs around saying that.
No,
Wait,
gonna
so
point
that
to
way-
their dick.
No.
Does Ishri know how to
that
say
one
yes and
point
no?
to their dick.
She has to know.
I assume that's like one of the first things I
Because it would be
taught
really
her.
funny if she said, "Do you need help lifting anything?" and she had no idea what they were saying back.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like yes and no. She's probably knows.
Look.
I teach her the one little phrase that she can say over and over again, and then I'll teach her the secondary phrase, like if they say yes.
Yeah, you gotta go through the basics. She knows to ask where the bathroom is. She knows how to offer help now. The basics are all getting done.
She knows how to ask for a drink.
She'll be Garish in no time.
I also know I haven't noted that she learned how to say "don't be a dick," so we're on the right track here, folks.
Excellent.
I'm also teaching her a secondary language. That's probably very much easier to understand than a complex language.
With that, those who are helping around town, what skill check would you like to use? We already have Evian and Walker doing theirs.
So we don't have to redo that then.
No, you guys are in team rebuilding
dynamic
shit.
duo.
Let's say we're taking
you already
Simon.
know what I'm.
Can Simon basically just give us a slight boom
Am
towards
I your
Steve by using
contractor?
generic magic?
I'm the contractor?
No, you're basically sanding things, but with precipitation.
He's got write-up contracts, so there's a bunch of fucking IOUs, so everyone owes you money.
He's wearing a
basically-
hard hat, but he's also wearing like a dress shirt, you know?
I'm the clipboard guy
You know,
that walks around that has a clipboard, like,
Walker
measure.
literally has a clipboard.
Simon takes a clipboard.
What I'm thinking is
I-
that Simon is the guy. Simon just starts casting Fireball and Firebolt to make us new work. You know, as we.
Oh my.
He's the job creator. Yes, Amari.
Can I attempt to do like performance? So like, it's like not that Amari's avoiding work, but he's like trying to entertain people while like with stories, either made up or about what he's been through. Because some of them are entertaining, probably. You could
Sure.
probably spin it to be entertaining.
Sure.
Courtesy of Lord McDurk, a short story. Gather around.
Gather around and listen to your new Lord and Savior, Lord McDurk's first retainer.
Come one, come all.
Extraordinary retainer, Amari, me. I'm single, folks.
Oh.
Saved his life countless times.
I save his life
I
every
will
day by
bet.
continuing to breathe.
Hey.
Can I?
And you know what? I'm saving all of you, too.
Can I add something for Logan?
Yeah.
For the sake of the thing we talked about, can you like roll Arcana for his thing, or?
I asked. Tried to ask.
Yeah, I would say... Yeah, I would say...
Or if you would prefer then a generic spellcasting check.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go with it. Just give me a
What do I roll
straight
for
intelligence check, Simon.
Would it be plus proficiency because of his spellcasting?
No,
it's just gonna be intelligence.
that's a
check.
spell attack.
Yeah.
So intelligence.
Yeah, just intelligence check.
That's very funny. You're welcome, Logan.
I've never fixed things before. I don't fix things. I don't know.
He
He's
cleans
got
things. He does
mending.
not fix. So,
You're mending. You're
Walker, this is something that I don't think I mentioned as much as I wanted to with regards to some ideas I had about things that your father did and probably will have taught you. I think we've mentioned it in passing. The ability to create joints without needing nails. Being able to carve certain careful corners that can then just be hammered together to create a very solid joint without needing any nails or anything.
Of course.
And upon doing this, it's nice and sturdy, but you know, there's lots of dust and you need to really get it nice and clean. And
Of course.
Simon kind of does that, but he does it in such a way that things start to kind of fall apart and you have to do them again. And you kind of have to, not completely start over, but there's definitely more work that you end up having to do.
The first time Walker saw that, Walker would hand Simon a rag and tell him to use that instead.
Simon starts using the rag.
Is there a rag check he can do instead then?
Rag check, rag check.
I'm not gonna make him roll to wipe dust and dirt and grime and
oh no, it is
wood
Simon.
chips.
He might need the roll.
Give me a dexterity check.
Dexterity check? Okay.
Oh my god.
Not 20.
Roll another that one.
Easy. Not 20. Easy.
Okay. Thankfully, what Simon lacks in the knowledge of arcanely cleaning, he is perfectly adept at doing this. He has probably dusted off cobwebs at least once in his life.
There you go.
There it is.
So,
What are the other-
who else is helping out around town, and in what way?
So a smart player would say something like, "I would like to try to use an athletics check to lift things," but in order to do that, Ishri first has to convince people to let her into their homes or workspaces to lift things. So I honestly think it might be a charisma check on someone's part.
Give me a persuasion check.
I mean,
All
I
really
can
sorry.
do that part, maybe.
All I'm saying is William, before we start talking about what we're going to do, said Ishri should go with the two people who speak both languages. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, Rom can tell Ishri to shut the fuck up and then just lift things. That would be far smarter, really.
So,
I mean, she could be more
Ishri, in that case, give me an
about it.
athletics check. Rom, what are you doing? You're just going to be translating or also helping to lift, move things, load things, etc. Jesus! Let's get the good rolls out of the way now, so when you're in that boss fight in an hour, you guys can have some nice life or death situations.
Oh my god, the return of the gardener.
He hates the work we've done.
It turns out he's not the
actually-
gardener. He's got the entire damn farm.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck.
The gardener's actually level 35 wizard.
So,
He's
Rom,
Mr.
you
Gardener.
are doing
Owen
the same
was.
along with translating for Ishri? Or
Yeah.
also give me an athletics check.
Oh boy. Yes.
God, Rom is the worst. Like, for being, like, pretty fucking buff, Rom is the worst at manual labor.
She doesn't like it.
I have to think, it's my headcanon, that Rom really didn't do a lot of working out originally, like even when she was learning to use a sword.
No,
with
the sword
that
is
she's
kind of
doing,
the exception to the rule for things she's good at doing with her strength.
and that she's had to do a lot more manual labor with us than she's ever done in her entire
Oh
life.
god, that's easily obvious.
Yeah.
Still getting used to it.
So, as the sun peaks to noon and even past that, very hot in the day, Owen, you're... Rick is... He said he was going to go help people out, and he had some ideas. That is the last
we
you would have
notice
seen
him-
of Rick.
And then we notice him doing
Rom
the fucking
would
charlatan stuff.
warn him to stay out of trouble.
I have no interest in getting anyone in any trouble here. I'm here to help, alright?
She looks skeptical.
You want to give me an insight check?
Oh my.
Give me a blind insight check.
That's funny.
Okay.
Seems like he's telling the truth.
I mean I don't think that wasn't blind.
Oh.
But you want me to re-roll it?
Yeah.
Okay, I picked the wrong option.
It's the wrong option,
there
Ricker.
it is.
He's a genuinely good person. He's Rick. He would never do anything to put people who are already so badly off even worse off. He would try and help. He seems like he's ready to help people. He's a good person.
In that case, he has her blessing.
Alright. Is that at a D4 or?
Can
Oh,
Brooke cast
that's
Bless?
my blessing.
Her metaphorical blessing.
And well, you guys could try and figure out why he rolled an investigation check.
Okay.
At some point.
Is he looking for the spooky man?
Is he looking for lost dogs? A kid lost a cat and he's looking for it.
Well, you'll find out one day. Or not, I don't know.
I think Oreo
Thanks.
escaped.
Can so like, you know how when you're standing in line,
You kind of get to know the people in front and behind you.
yeah, is that something Owen can do?
So in front of you, there is a girl of about 10 or 11 with braided pigtails and kind of like, dark reddish, almost auburn hair and kind of freckles. She gets a little nervous when you get in line behind her. Like, you're obviously this important soldier, and now you're in line behind her, and like, she's like, very shy about that. But over the course of the hour and a half, you would learn her parents own a farm. It's further to the north. They told her to wait in line until they got there, and that one of them would be showing up sometime around noon or so to relieve her, but they were both busy. And she really doesn't want to lose her house. She loves her house. She's gonna miss it. She has her own little garden in the back.
Oh.
Adorable.
Oh. She's a gardener. Wait, oh my god.
Oh no. Oh god. Little
You
boss.
turn around to talk to the man behind you, and the gardener stabs
It's
you
the
in back.
gardener.
Oh no.
But he's holding marionette strings, and like he's 11 feet tall, controlling the girl.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh fuck.
Beings that Owen sees this girl as something of a kindred spirit himself, he will chat with her, try to like put her at ease. Just talking about gardening and such.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh no.
Would his background thing help him at all?
I mean, this is much more trying to convince her. Like, the persuasion check is more to get her to not be afraid of him than anything.
Make a reverse intimidation check.
Over the course of this hour and a half that you're in line, you find out that she has she loves growing things. Like, she collects fucking flowers, and she's got like a little flower bed outside her window. She grows things. She's got a small, like, just a small set of flowers that she grows on the windowsill in her room. Her parents say she's, like, the best gardener ever. And that they're always, like, she seems to believe that they are genuinely flabbergasted at how well she is at growing these things. Like, there are roses, daffodils, sunflowers, all growing inside of her room, like in the pot. It's one of those like long, like she describes it as like one of those long planters that's like 4 feet wide by like 6 inches long.
His curiosity piqued. Owen will produce the jar of wildflowers that his dear friend Liliana gave him so long ago, and show it to this good little girl.
She gets really excited. She's like, "Oh, could I have one, please? I can always grow more from them."
Damn.
They say you borrow one and you make 10. Helping to grow a bigger family.
Of course you can.
And she excitedly spends about 5 minutes talking to each of them, seeing which one she likes the best.
Oh my god.
A full-on, like, conversation about them. Like, she's like, well, you're very sweet, but you're a little rude to some of the others. I mean, look at your roots are starting to move over the other ones. And, like, then she'll go to one of the other ones and be like, I just don't know if you're going to be tough enough to handle it in the room with the rest of mine. And she goes through each one of them like that, weighing the pros and cons of each one. Eventually deciding on one. And
which one she pick?
She picks one that is small and kind of off to the side, determining it to essentially be the runt of the litter, if you will, and that it needs room to grow.
Flowers have seeds, right? That's a thing.
Sorry?
I'm forgetting my botanical
I'm pretty
biology.
sure they can come from seeds or bulbs.
But like if so Owen is also a plant guy. Could he like give her this flower but make sure he's got like a remnant of it grow himself?
Yeah, I mean, they do have, like, you know, because it's all pollination.
Yeah.
So, yeah, taking bits of it to grow more yourself, no problem.
So he's gonna do that, and then, like, you know, find her something that she can, like, transplant it with.
She's like, no. Have to wait. I'll wait outside after we're both done. Then I'll take it and go straight home with it.
Very well. As you wish.
This little girl's gonna grow Lenorian wildflowers in Garland.
I mean, we're not that far from Nor. That's how things work. You know, winds blow the seeds over.
Yeah.
Like, come on. It's the same climate.
It's like, that's like here.
I
to
mean,
here.
they're probably different strands, but the idea of similar wildflowers in Garland is definitely not.
I know, but it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I had a good time talking with her.
Yeah. And
Did she ever tell me her name?
she introduced herself as Casey.
I see.
And she's like very, very particular. Yeah, she's very particular about, like, you know, there's that level of excitement of, like, super into these fucking flowers. Like, it's the greatest thing in the world. But I digress. Eventually, she's like, one of her mother shows up and, like, and quickly, like, she switches out and she, like, whispers to you. She's just like, I'm gonna be over there waiting on that bench when you're done. Just nods very quickly. And then runs over to the bench and, like, kind of half stares at you and half stares at the door as you're heading into the open doors.
Owen smiles at her and he says kind of offhandedly to her mother, got a wonderful daughter. Should be proud.
Like the green thumb, that one. Just always grown things that even we've had trouble with. Do a great job on the farm one day. Truth be told, we gotta have to start running it soon. Just yeah, we are having to get out. There's a little half smile at that.
Tough times, but we'll make it through together.
Aye, we will. All of us. And eventually, everyone in front of you, and then you are motioned in through a couple of Nache Duinne guards who just motion you in. They give you kind of like a curious look. You being in, you know, your full Kintari gear and waiting in line. They don't say anything, but they do a double take.
Like, what is this guy waiting in line for? He's obviously more important.
Yeah, like, it definitely like, normally if someone's in full gear, it's something important that is worth skipping line for, so...
Love it.
Like, it definitely sticks out to them. And you head in. There is a separate, slightly smaller line where you see a desk in the middle of this long hall. Most of what normally would have been, you know, long tables and benches and things have been pushed to the side, and it kind of has that same vibe as, like, the DMV. You get your appointment, you get in, then you tell the person at the front desk, okay, I'm here to do this. Then they're like, okay, go over there, and that's when they send you to an actual representative. And you see the woman behind the desk, and she says, hello, what do you need today?
I've been sent from Nache Duinne to see how the evacuation is going.
Oh, well, apologies for the wait.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
One moment, and she quickly gets up and heads up to the Lord Mayor's table and lets the Lord Mayor know about how important it apparently is, and as she's coming back to sit down, she just motions to you. He'll see you now.
Owen nods his thanks and moves to walk to greet the Lord Mayor.
Heading up the 2 steps to the Lord Mayor's table, he waves to you and stands up, shakes your hand. To what do I owe this pleasure of Kintaran's representative arriving?
I,
And to who do I have the pleasure?
At that, Owen kind of smiles a bit sheepishly, and he'll hold out his hand and he'll say, Owen McDurk, at your service.
There's a moment where he starts to shake your hand and... Lord Mayor Cillian Drummond. I'm sorry, you said McDurk?
Aye, the very same.
The stories didn't realize I was to be expected. What can I do for you?
Well, my mother was just a bit concerned, making sure the evacuation was going smoothly.
I mean, we need more men, just to kind of, he kind of motions around. As you can see, everyone's got requisitions right now about various things that they've been needing. But if there's one thing that we need, it's people. More labor. Everyone's busting their ass, but, you know, seasonal farmhands have all been hired out, and there's only so many good backs to go around.
What do you mean, people to carry things out of the town?
People to carry things out of the town, people to harvest things. All the farmhands have been hired, and most of the farms are still very short. If we could get something doing from Nache Duinne, that would be incredible.
I just had an idea, but I don't know if I want to tell this guy. I may be able to help, but we'd have to see about it.
Other than that, I think we're doing pretty good. I'm sure you saw coming in. We've got pretty much everyone who has stake in this town is already here in Heatherton, doing what they can to take things out.
Well, it's an admirable job that you've done organizing it all.
Hey, tell me I'm organizing it. Most of these people doing it themselves. Let me tell you, there's not much to organize. And at this point, he kind of leans in close. It's a fucking shitfest.
With this many people, I'm not surprised.
He just kind of like raises his eyebrows and does a big, like, exaggerated sigh. Just, yeah.
Do you happen to know where will they go?
Well, first expect is Nache Duinne. Most of them will be getting armed up there and be ready to turn around and fight once the stuff is safe.
Owen grows a little bit somber at that.
Truth be told, I think most of them would be happy to trash the houses, set up barricades, and defend the damn place without ever leaving, but that's not the call.
Stronger together. You have to remember.
I still worried. Everyone out in Nache Duinne saying here or around here, he just motions all around him. This is where it'll all go down. The Red Band will be meeting us in open battle here. Horrifying to think of.
We'll see. Kins are gathering in Nache Duinne.
They are. I'd heard something about it, but I wasn't sure there was anything to it. There's so many rumors coming out of that damned city now.
It's hard to know what to trust. I understand. I brought a few capable people with me. If there's anything in particular that needs doing, we could see to it. We do need to be getting back, but if there's anything, like I said, anything in particular, problem that you've had that's evaded being solved.
He considers for a moment your offer and just purses his lips and shakes his head. Mostly just manpower at this point. About what feels like a million little odd jobs needing done. And on top of that, he just shakes his head again. Guidance. Never headed any sort of evacuation for a war before. No one here knows what to do.
Would you like some suggestions?
Bring my guest, young Lord McDurk.
Does he have like on his desk? Does he have like plans or anything like that?
There's paperwork, but there's no overt like plans or layout of the town or anything. Like there's no like, all right, this section evacuates first. There's no orders or anything like that, or at least not readily obvious. But this is like a proper desk. Like most of the other people are using, like I said, what amounts to long haul benches for desks. He does have a proper desk up here.
Why don't you tell me what you've got so far, and perhaps I can assist where I may.
Well, currently I'm trying to allocate any of our guards, anyone who's guards, mercenaries, anyone we can hire. Any coin in the coffers has been going to anyone who's willing to take coin to help. And I've been allocating it on a hourly basis based on size of farm, value of crops, and likelihood of ransack, which, let me tell you, I don't even... The stories coming out of Virat and the Kintaran lands make it hard to judge, but most of the help's going to those in the eastern ranks first. Get them out, because that's likely to be the first thing that gets, you know...
taken. So you have coin to spare to hire workers, but not workers to hire.
Right now we everyone in the area who doesn't have stake in something has been working, and let me tell you, the pay's not great, but most of them are doing it out of the kindness of their hearts and taking the pay as a bonus. I'm not letting them say no to it. And he motions to people around him. Most of what they're doing is just allocating the help at this point. Don't know what else we can really do. There's too many people, too many farms to really do a case-by-case basis right now. They need to come to us. We just don't have the manpower to organize it all.
Damn. Damn. I know a certain other D&D character who would love this mess. Is there anything that Owen thinks he can help this guy with, like in the short term?
Given what he's saying, it's like the problem is manpower. He has a decent idea of, all right, you guys need something, come here, sign up, we'll try and help you out. But the only obvious thing is manpower and knowledge, maybe. If the other thing is obviously they don't know how long they have before the red band starts marching or something like that. If you were to inquire further about what they do know,
I would do that.
I would imagine. The last we heard, they were using Borealis as a forward camp. That it was going to be the staging area. And he kind of just purses his lips and shakes his head at that point. So, don't really know when they might launch an assault. Don't really know when they'd come here. Other than that, I mean, the only thing everyone fears is, you know, red band spies or some such in our ranks. Always paranoia about that. he kind of like leads it. Is there anything you can do about that, or?
Ferreting out spies is difficult at the best of times.
I don't know what else I can really ask for in the... Unless you have 3,000 men from Nache Duinne who want to come and carry entire damned houses worth of things with them back.
Certainly ask. Been down to...
I've tried to ask before, and the messengers are turned away, saying that the war effort preparation is too much right now. They have to prepare for war, they can't be helping carry things.
Well, I'll make no promises, but we've just been down to the valley, and I don't know how many, but some are to be coming.
The Rat Creek
Nicole.
Valley.
Aye.
I heard something about that. Big problem with them not really helping out.
Well, hopefully that will be changing soon.
Hopefully, pay their fair share just like we do.
Owen doesn't really know how to respond to that, so he doesn't.
There's definitely a bit of malice on the lips of the Lord Mayor when he says that.
Oh, maybe I don't want to send my boys up here because they'll run into racism.
Unless you have a way to confirm that we don't have the red band hanging out here and can't give us warning about any sort of ideas on when they might be attacking and how fast we need to go. I don't know what else I can ask for from you. Things are going as well as can be, I think. I hope.
Well, that's something. I'll see what I can do when we get back to Nache Duinne.
Pauses for a moment. They floated the ideas of, you know, we abandon and when we come back we trap the damn farms, put in as many bear traps, as many pits, anything we can, all around. Pretty much just sacrifice the town to slow down the red band, get the drop on them in any sort of fight. I don't know one way or another if it's a good idea, but certainly a scary one.
Dangerous, to be sure.
It's about the only thing they've told me regarding the war. So I've just been, not really... he kind of pauses for a second and looks down, not really, responding to it. And, you know, they send letters of recommendation of what to do, but I'd rather help get people out. The idea of turning some child's bedroom into a trap to kill men just... it rubs me the wrong way.
I would say that it's not your job to think of such things. To do as you have been and
I'd wish it wasn't.
People to save you.
I'm on the front lines now. And at this point, he kind of just like... he gives like a half shrug, half like motioning to show off the... quality armor he's wearing. He doesn't have a helmet or anything, but like... the armor's fine. This guy is not a warrior.
I feel bad for him. Yeah.
Either way, not going anywhere till everyone's safe, so... you know, it's like, out on the seas... he kind of wistfully looks up for a second. And not a smile, but almost like... almost... a bit... nostalgic, maybe? Akmor Isles, the Unshade, the captains there, they get on their ships and they don't leave unless everyone else is safe. They'll go down with it. This ain't no different, young lord.
It's an admirable sentiment. These people are lucky to have you.
Just wish there was more I could do. Wish they were luckier. He gives a half smile at that.
Well, as I said, I will convey your request to Nache Duinne. But if you'll excuse me, I have a little girl to see about the flower. Owen smiles.
He like
Bids his
raises an
goodbye.
eyebrow. Bids you goodbye, like raises an eyebrow in slight curiosity. Just like a bit of confusion and curiosity as you head off. Good luck, young lord.
And to you, Lord Mayor.
And you head off.
Well, I'm not going far because I have.
You head off outside. Upon coming outside, the line is longer now. Like, guesstimate based on what it was before. It's now probably 2.5 hour wait.
I guess I got here just in time.
It seems like it probably gets worse throughout the day. Which, I mean, it makes sense. The longer the day goes, the more people find out what they need and how important extra help is. The girl is still sitting there, very patiently. And she just kind of looks up and watching, and she doesn't say anything. She just has her legs sitting there on the little bench, her arms crossed, just quietly watching. And she's just like, hello, good to see you back. Did you get what you needed? Help?
Hi.
That's good. That's very good. And she gives a little half smile. What, may I now?
Be my guest. And Owen will sort of like he goes to hand her the jar, and then there's like that half second of him like thinking twice about it, but he kind of shakes his head and hands it over.
She starts very carefully and daintily with one finger, just kind of like starting to dig it out, very careful not to mess with the rest of them. She eventually digs out the entire root and just kind of holds it, almost not worshipping, but like with reverence in her hand, and looks at it for a second, and she just kind of like lifts it close to her eyes, and cupping her hands around it, she just ever so slightly blows on it, and as she does, it glows slightly.
Oh my god.
There's a koala boy.
And she just gives this little shh. I gotta go now. She's
a
tired.
liar.
She needs to rest. She's moving. And she starts to head off very quickly.
Hold on just a
What?
moment.
Gotta go.
What was that?
That's how I talk to him. You know, she said she's tired. This is a lot moving. You don't like to be out of your house when you're moving, do you?
I suppose not.
It's the same thing. And she whispers, still cupping it in her hands, she whispers a bit, I got to go. And like very excitedly just starts running off.
I'm gonna follow her.
The future leader of Kintaran.
Are you trying to make it obvious you're following her? Or
He'll call out to her like he's stunned for a second, and then he'll like as she's just exiting sight, he'll like call out. He'll say wait, and then he'll start after her.
All right. So you're just
Like,
trying to follow her.
He's not creeping. Okay, come on.
You follow her for the better part of 15 minutes as she goes down a couple of small country roads. I'm so proud of you guys. Fuck!
Damn it! West Virginia!
And eventually runs up a small path that goes to a farm. She didn't seem to... Either she didn't notice or didn't care that you were following. Either way, she makes her way up and like opens the door. There's a small, simple screen door, and it just slams shut behind her. And she disappears into the farmhouse.
I'm Owen's still like moving hesitantly, unsure of like did I really just see that kind of thing? And he's going to like hesitantly like knock on the door frame.
After a moment, you see a gentleman answer the door, maybe 40s, hair in a very loose ponytail-esque bun. It's not long enough to be in a bun proper, but it's a short ponytail, I suppose. He's sweaty, dirty, probably been working for a while, and he just, what can I help you with? Oh, I apologize. You're with the kin. What do you need?
I was talking to your daughter at the town hall, and I gave her a flower. I'm sorry. My name's Owen, and Owen's gonna hold out his hand.
He shakes your hand, still kind of confused. He not really saying anything, his head kind of cocked to the side. Like, still trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
She told me that she had a planter. And,
yes, she, has a number of, a small garden out back and a planter inside. With the green thumb, huh? Did she do something? Did she steal something?
No, it's nothing like that. I was wondering, I'm something of a gardener myself. Do you mind if I talk to her?
Give me a persuasion check, Owen.
I know how it looks, okay? And I hate it, but I don't know what else to do.
You can drop it.
You can talk to her in her head later.
It's okay. It's gonna be big. Yes! Fuck yeah!
There's a momentary curiosity, and he just, all right, I suppose, he lets you in. First door on the left, and you head past a small entryway, and there's a door on the left-hand side. It is currently closed.
Owen will knock on the door softly.
About 30 seconds pass. Nothing, and then you hear the sounds of child's walking boots, and the door opens, and she just, what are you doing here? What?
That thing did with the flower.
Shh. You're not supposed to talk about it. They don't like it when you talk about them.
Can I show you how I do it?
She again looks very confused, and like she cocks her head to the side in a very, like, there is no doubt that is her father, because she does the exact same, mouth slightly ajar, head cocked to the side in confusion. Okay.
In response, Owen will reproduce his jar of wildflowers, and he will softly sing to them so she can see.
Using Druidcraft?
Yes.
And as you do, she gets this look of like sorrow on her face. And she just looks up at you and, like, not in tears, but very sad. You shouldn't do that. They don't like it.
Why not?
They say you're giving them away. That the bad one's coming when you do that.
What bad one?
She looks and quietly, like, literally, like, completely silent, she whispers. And then she looks back at you. The black one. It's coming. You're calling it. They don't like it when you call it. They're scared it'll come back.
Seen it?
I didn't hear you, Nick. What?
You've seen it?
No, that's what they told me. They say the black one's coming back because you're calling it.
How long have you been able to talk with them?
I don't know. A while? Just kind of always.
I'm real flustered here, man. I was not expecting this.
Owen solo scene.
Oh God!
Talking to a child.
I don't know. Children make me uncomfortable, man.
What are you, Alex?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking, yes.
We do share like 50% of our DNA. Do you
Only 50?
not know that?
What about the other 50?
You know what I'm trying to fucking say.
I don't fucking. I'm so flustered. I just was not prepared.
Well, stop singing! It pisses off the flower. You're scaring your flowers.
Fuck! I don't know what to say. I'm completely dumbfounded.
Thanks, Hannah.
What are you doing, Nick?
Owen, he bites his lip and he looks kind of apologetically down at his jar of flowers, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I won't do that again."
She gives a little half smile and just gives an approving and like very girl who feels like she has too much power nod of agreement. Like, yeah, you're listening. That's right.
Listen, Casey, right?
Yes.
If your family ends up going to Nache Duinne, I'll let your parents know as well, but if you need anything, you just go up to the castle and you ask for Owen.
Okay. Can you guess to stay here so I don't have to leave my garden? Can you bring my garden with me?
I'll see if I can talk to your parents.
She has like an excited smile. At this point, she's already taken it as a yes, pretty much.
Stuttering noises.
Man, I can't believe Owen found a new sister.
Listen, fuck you, man. I'll see you later, Casey.
Okay.
Take care of your flowers.
She's excitedly kind of humming to herself a bit, similar to your singing, but in a more no, yeah, she's pretty much humming one of the songs you were singing right now, to herself.
Son of a bitch.
And occasionally whispering to her new flower. Even just with your passive perception, you can see that it's immediately kind of growing upright and like immediately taking to the soil she puts it in.
So it's an Owen thing, not a singing thing.
Seems to be, yeah. And yeah, like, you have enough knowledge of this. She is druid crafting the shit out of these flowers. Without knowing it.
The bit's gonna turn into a monkey.
Owen's going to, like, again, he's gonna be, like, he stares dumbfounded for a second, and then he remembers himself, and he kind of retreats back down the hall and goes in search of the girl's parents.
The father's like, Is everything all right? Are we okay?
It's all right. I I was talking to your wife in the line. That's where we met, and she said that Casey's always had a bit of a green thumb.
He just gives a little half smile. Just like me, takes after me. Me and my pa. Both the same way. Always, and he proudly has like his hands on his lips. Best damn farmers in Hatherton.
Man, I don't know what to... If I mention the magic to this guy, he's either gonna, know about it already.
She seemed to want you to keep quiet about it.
Okay.
Like, she did,
Never.
shh you when she first did it.
Fuck. I don't know how to... I don't know, I don't want Owen to sound creepy, but, I fuck me, dude. I'm not good at this.
Out this bitch live on Twitter.com.
He's going to nod at that, and then he's gonna say, look around and see. They're obviously packing up, right?
I mean, yes, there are some things still set up, like her bed and some basics, but lots of stuff is in crates and chests and boxes.
Well, I don't mean to take up your time. You're obviously very busy, so I'll be on my way. But if you need anything, you get to Nache Duinne, go up to the big castle and ask for Owen.
He gives a nod. Thank you. Is there something... Why?
Your daughter will be needing people like her after it's all over.
He seems very satisfied with this answer. And he comes off he's this incredibly proud parent. He's like, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, they're gonna fucking need her. Fuck yeah, he's right.
Okay,
and
good. I'm glad I didn't come off
very
creepy.
satisfied
It's
with
a
that
real good
answer.
thing you rolled that nat 20 earlier.
And you guys say your goodbyes and you head off, Owen?
Yeah.
That ended up so you guys, as Owen sends you off to help out and he waits in line, rather than maybe hour and a half, 2 hours you're expecting, it's 3.5 hours before Owen starts getting you guys again.
Do we do anything notable in that time?
I mean...
Do we have any fun? Do we meet any funny magic kids? Come on, Ben, throw us a bone.
Funny magic kids.
Yeah, do we meet Amari or something? I don't know. Help me a bone.
Actually, you find eight more people with tattoos who all proceed to just chop their own heads off. You're in the Shadowfell now.
Oh no!
Let's go. Wait, hold on. Why do there need to be 8 of them? That feels excessive.
Because they're all
one alive as a
one for each
guy.
of you.
They keep doing it. We get sent back and forth.
Their goal is just to give you fantasy whiplash.
They're just assholes. We end up back on the material plane, but they're just giant dudes.
They're just walking around with little portable guillotines. They run at you. Ha!
Christ.
You guys help out. There is not... It is much more of the same. It is the mundanities of helping out that everyone needs. Lots of, help me pack this, help me carry it to a cart. These carts have been getting loaded for days. Some farms have already been abandoned. Some, it's the farmhouses are just, you help unload one where it's a farmhouse that has a couple of bedrolls in it, and then a fireplace, and that's it. The entire rest of the house is pretty much barren, but they're still using the farmland, hoping to get one more, full crop out of it before the season's up.
We are making Owen Nectar look so fucking good while he talks to kids.
Yeah. Listen,
you made that
an
sound
important
much
child,
worse
okay?
than it actually is.
Yeah.
Child.
Listen.
We're making Lord Owen MacDurk look really good while he talks to an important child.
She has the funny power.
So.
Oh, you said your power was scary.
Yeah. So, eventually, after maybe 4 total hours of... you guys are working for 3.5, 4 hours before Owen finally is all right, guys, gets you all back together. I assume you tell them the good news that things are going as well as really can be expected given the circumstances?
Actually, like when Owen reconnoiters with the gang.
What the fuck was that word?
You don't know that word?
I think you just said
That's
a
a
weird
real
thing
word.
and we're expecting us to follow
No,
along.
that's
That's a real word. It's a good
Stop
word.
hazing me.
Anyway, when Owen reconvenes with the rest of the gang, he looks dazed, shell-shocked, surprised.
Oh, no, you're alright. You look dazed.
I just met. I don't know.
Walker looks over to the person next to him. I'm guessing it's Evian because they were hanging out. Then looks back to Owen. What does that mean?
While I was waiting to meet the mayor, there was a girl waiting in front of me, and she told me about these flowers that she was growing, and I showed her ones that Lily gave me, and she asked if she could have one, and I said, of course you can. Took the flower, and she spoke to it, and she used the same magic I do.
I suppose that makes sense. It's not quite as, given that we're not, where. Chances of finding someone using magic on the street are a bit higher.
It is not just someone using magic, Walker. It's the same magic.
You mean magic from...
Perhaps.
Magic
Don't know if there is a way to be sure.
I mean, I'm sure there is, but looking into that might be a little... Well, you know.
I had just never expected to meet someone else. Especially not here.
Was it not the same for Elmarion?
We were sent to meet Ilmarian, the manner of speaking. What are the odds that I get in line behind someone who can use the same power?
Well, it might be worth finding out, given that prophecy.
I told her and her family that if they should come to Nache Duinne and need anything, call on me. She did not seem to wish to speak of her power or even know if her parents knew about it.
That doesn't seem like a definitive conclusion or result. There's no guarantee you'll ever see this person again. Or that we'll ever find out if it is the same power.
Aye, but what am I to do, Walker? I can't just... Oh, by the way, I'm Owen McDurk and your daughter has magic powers.
And why not? You're Owen McDurk, and the child has similar magic to yourself.
Because, Walker, what if they... I don't...
I mean, it's not Lenore. They're not going to just turn the child in. What's the worst that's going to happen?
She wanted to keep it a secret.
Why?
She said, I don't know. She said... Did she say, they don't like it talk about or something like that. I don't.
That's unsettling. Who is they?
She told me that when I sing to the flowers, they dislike it because I am calling the Black One. And there is only one way that she could know about the Black Crows, and that is if the plants told her. Owen just looks completely like he just
Simon.
witnessed something fucking unexplainable.
Simon, can
Yeah.
you weigh in here? Plants dislike when he uses his magic on them because it summons another plant, which has in the past allowed him to speak to his sister. Does any of this make sense to you?
It sounds like they're using the same type of magic. I mean, what is it? Well, there was something said about people that use the same. What's your god called again? I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name.
Karad.
Kara. Yes. Wasn't there multiple people that were using that magic?
Oh, Marion, the witch, possibly a few others.
But wasn't it said that? I don't know if I'm thinking about this right. Hold on, just for my sake of brevity, a while back this was told where.
Do you
I
mean
swear-
referring to the flyers and the prophecy?
Yeah, the prophecy. Yeah.
As a group, we discussed that it's most likely Owen, his sister, Ilmarion, the witch, and possibly Walker's younger brother. Walker's expressed this in the past and wanting to replace his younger brother as one of them. However, that's had mixed results so far.
Well, what if it's this girl? That's what he's getting at.
I
So
think
it's-
I referenced that earlier. That she's part of the process.
That's what Simon was saying.
So you're just bringing that back up.
Yeah.
Can you do that in character?
I mean, what if she's part of the prophecy? I mean, it's possible.
But again, I mean, you can't just, oh, my name's Owen McDurk, your daughter is, I believe, part of an ancient prophecy that only a handful of people even know about in the entire world. Yeah, you can't just be saying stuff like that.
I mean, I wouldn't. I would say your daughter has abilities which may be of great importance. This might be something I don't know.
I mean, I would definitely tell him. Yes.
And maybe have Amari or Rom do it.
If anything, it might be a good idea to have her come along with you, and you could help her out, and vice versa.
That might be a little much to ask for parents to part with their child, but
Simon
Especially
just looks at
if-
Walker. That would be troubling, wouldn't it?
I'm not trying to put down the idea of it. Just saying that would be difficult to get across to her parents.
And
Simon sighs.
we will be going into danger and such like.
We will not be having a little girl follow us into wherever it is we are.
No one wants
I
that.
do.
But this might be a matter we need to look more into, is what I'm saying.
Just don't want to scare them.
I mean, what's going to scare them more? The local lord taking interest in their daughter's magical ability, or the looming war that's on their doorstep?
It is not a question of one or the other, but a question of both at the same time.
Well, the looming war might make them more interested in what the local lord has to offer.
It's just all very sudden, abrupt.
I'm going to. Can we establish real quick that we have been gathering the others during this
I
conversation?
was assuming that, yeah, this was happening with everyone kind of together.
Okay.
The
Oh,
gang
what?
has returned.
Are we doing a funny vote?
What?
Vote on this girl's fucking life!
It's a discussion!
It'd be funny though. Sorry.
Mm.
I can draw up a T-chart if you guys want.
Shut up, then.
No.
I love t-shirts.
I mean... Oh, and everything's sudden these days. Indecision will only hurt us.
I mean, it would be by necessity, right?
Just when Win and I were growing up, I got found out that I could use my power, and people didn't treat me the same after that. It was nothing like in Lenore, but
Didn't you say that was because of you were McDurk? And that Garland is different than that?
I did. But I don't know her parents. I don't know. You don't know?
Well, you know more than I do.
Well, why not talk to him and find out then?
Well, merely bringing up the topic to the parents is going to be enough to change that girl's life forever, one way or another.
Both.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean... Just in the Rat Creek Valley, we were speaking to the Lord Mayor, and I mentioned that we had mages among us. He mentioned how he couldn't even begin to afford to pay mages to assist him. The amount of opportunities the girl would have based on just being able to use her powers publicly, well, they're quite higher than someone without.
But is it not ultimately her choice if she wants to reveal herself or not? And did she display any outward marks of Karad? At the end of the day, we don't know.
Does Karad leave markings? I don't know if that's how that works. Walker looks to Owen.
Owen looks down at himself and shrugs.
Well,
Ishri, you keep mentioning marks. Do you have a mark?
Do you?
No. I don't. I would have if I had come back. Maybe when I come back, but I mean like not marks, like
Yeah, but you're really close to
Breathing
your
heavily
mic.
in the mark.
Oh, sorry. Well, there are things that make.
She just ran here. She's out of breath.
Okay. there are things that make Karad, correct? Like there are like signs and things you see and know and things like that. Did she mention any of those things?
She did not. We only spoke briefly.
What exactly stood out to you?
As I have said, she took the flower and it glowed in her hands. She spoke to them, to it and to the others, much as I do sometimes.
Oh, and do they talk back to you?
No, not in words, but I can tell if a flower needs more water or something like that based on how it is growing or not growing. For her, it seemed like they were speaking in a way that she could understand.
So it may not be the same.
Owen shrugs.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Owen. This was, in fact, unexpected.
You're telling me?
Well, I feel like I don't have much else input to provide here.
I could write her a letter. That way it would be her own choice.
Well,
Assuming her parents do not read it.
Summarize. There is a girl who may have abilities that make her of dire importance to the future, who we can either ignore or look further into. If we ignore her and her abilities are of dire importance, we might lose her. She could die in the upcoming war or go missing, and we'd have trouble finding her again, or might just lose her permanently. Or she maybe had no such abilities, and it wouldn't matter either way. Or we go to her, and we find out that it's only vaguely connected and wasn't actually of any importance, and just out her to her parents that she has magic. Or she is of importance, and some of our future plans change drastically as a result.
And then there's no mistaking. Like you said that she was doing what Owen does, right?
That was full on Druidcraft, yes. What she was
But
doing.
Owen isn't the only person in the world who can cast Druidcraft, and Druidcraft is not unique to
but
flyers.
He said she was humming the same song.
I got that from that statement. I got that she was just imitating you.
She was imitating you at that point, yeah. She
Okay.
communicated by whispering to the point of you being incoherent and unable to understand. Whenever she specifically communicated, it was when she whispered. The humming seemed to be something she was just doing because you did it. She probably had the song stuck in her hair or something.
Or she's a little girl and met a really important person and wanted to be like them or something like that.
She wanted to be like that cool guy, Owen MacDirk.
Owen, Matt, hey, come on, you gotta stay on track.
So, anyway.
I will write her a letter. And I don't know. She is young, but perhaps not young enough. Perhaps old enough to understand. Should be her choice what she does.
What?
I didn't do this. This is not my fault.
Oh shit.
This is not my fault, okay?
Title this arc the Owen arc.
She knows how to read, right?
It's not a matter of reading, it's a matter of comprehension.
I didn't even think of that. If she doesn't know how to read. How's literacy in Garland?
Oh my
Pretty
god.
good. Obviously farmers are on the lower end.
I hate.
Normally basic reading is something, but it's given she has literally grown up in wartime Garland, it's a toss-up.
I could send her a message in her head.
Yeah, that's not creepy. Oh shit.
I'm
gonna scare this child.
I don't like any of this, man.
Be real wild when she sends you a message in your head.
Oh no!
I mean, she's at least level 5. My.
What are y'all doing? Come on.
I don't know. Walker said his piece. This is the Owen show. He gets to pick. Fuck you, Nick.
Fuck
you.
Owen is going to pace for a little while, and then he's gonna make that no, I'm doing this type thing, expression, and he's going to start I was gonna say scribbling, but I think he writes a little bit more carefully. Borrows some parchment from Simon or gets his own, and he begins writing a letter to a 10-year-old girl.
Would Owen accept Walker's clipboard to write on?
Sure.
All right.
While Owen's writing his funny letter, Walker's looking like a cool retainer, sharpening some bolts in the background.
What is our like physical location right now?
Somewhere in the main
Like,
square,
are we
I would
just-
imagine.
Are we all just clustered in a corner? Like
We're sitting
Yeah, we're
on
all
some like
we're-
2x4s, you know.
We all put our leather jackets on. We're snapping with Owen in the background. We're intimidating anyone who walks up, hissing.
hissing and snapping. Great.
Yes, classic.
Anyway.
Just longing for Nick to have time to figure out his fucking thing.
Oh, I'm not. Fuck you. I'm not writing this right now.
He better hope it's not relevant this session then.
Are you kidding me, Ben? You need to tell me.
You
Do I-
should be okay.
You legally have to tell him or else it's entrapment.
Are you a cop?
Are you a little girl with magic? Are you one of the flyers?
You legally have to tell me or else it's entrapment. So, you guys, is there anything else you need to do here in Hatherton, or is it time to head off?
Does Owen have someone deliver the message for him to the girl's house?
I'm trying to think if it would be less weird if Owen did it himself, or if he like gave it to the mayor and said, "Get this to that one girl."
I think having like little
That would
boy
be really
Amari,
fucking funny if the mayor delivered.
or having little boy Amari do it. You gotta have like a little kid do it. That's like it's required.
Come,
little
child,
paper
here's 2
boy.
copper for an
At
hour.
least
Amari's still
threatening
round
ways
from the
delivering it.
29 fucking barrels of ale, and you just roll into the front door.
We like a boulder. We use him to smash into the house until it falls down.
Smash him into the house. We're here to take the girl.
I'll go kick down the door real quick if you want.
Use Amari as a battering ram.
I think, like, is the plan for us to leave like now?
I was assuming.
Yeah,
Did you guys
we're
need to
fucking
stick
around.
around?
We
You've been
need to
here.
get
You've been
home.
here for
Or-
like most of the afternoon at this point.
Because you spent a lot of time fucking with some kid.
Well, it wasn't my fault. I wasn't expecting her to have
What do you mean
magic
your fault?
powers. I thought it was
Why
just
people
gonna be
have
a
magic
cute
powers,
little
dude?
scene where Owen makes friends and it talks about flowers and.
All those things are true.
It could have just been left at that. You could have.
Is it conceivable that Owen could like walk up to their front door unnoticed and just leave it on the porch? Is that something I
Probably
could do?
not. I mean, it's a farm.
Just have a kid do it for a couple of coppers, dude.
Can I do that? Is that an option?
Yes, you can pay some random ass kid a few coins to go drop off a letter for you.
Okay, I do that.
Okay, no problem. Thank God. Nick made a decision.
Wait, hold on.
Just-
Hold on,
just
whoa,
at
whoa,
some
whoa.
point,
Does that
young
kid
man-
also have druidcraft?
No,
Now,
he gives a nod and is like,
now that it's done, you gotta tell us what the least creepy way of doing that would have been.
You mean?
the thing is, the kid that you give it to, he like readjusts his little spectacles. He goes, "Oh, I've got it," and disappears with teleportation. No,
Are you saying it was the car?
it was little Car's child, obviously.
Oh
Little
no.
Car's child.
The car Junior.
Does he also look at Simon and Amari with thirsty eyes?
No, he was like 7. That's weird.
That is weird.
Ew.
Oh.
I don't like any of this. I don't like any of this.
The least creepy way to do it would have been to not go to her house, probably.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel like talking
probably.
to her in her head would have been less creepy. Maybe?
But required
I
more spell
don't know,
slots.
man. I'm not good at any of this.
Oh.
You could have like turned the creepy up.
Let's never
and brought-
talk about this.
No.
session again.
You could have turned the creepy up and brought literally all of your friends.
Yikes.
Hey kid, you want to meet my big friends?
Oh golly.
There's all of them are tall except for Walker.
Anyway.
I don't think that's true.
So, is there anything else you guys need to do in Hatherton, or are you getting the fuck out?
We need to leave. Is what we need to do.
Fleeing as fast as Luok can
Running
take
as fast
me.
as our strong,
Oh.
strong man-leggeds can take us. Where's Rick at? Did he reconvene? Was he a part of this conversation? Did he call him out for
Yes,
being
you
a
would have found
groomer?
Rick. He was in one of the bars, one of the bar. He was speaking with someone about something and paying some coin.
Huh.
Mm.
Walker will ask him what that's about.
You know, So, turns out, a couple of horses were stolen the other night from one of the, stables at the side of town. I mean, stable, barn, whatever.
Did one of those horses look like one we encountered the other day?
No, I don't think so. Plus, I mean, the timeline doesn't add up. But, yeah, the other day, a couple of horses were stolen. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. They're like community barns. They kind of, like, share them for all the horses. They just have, stables set up. I guess it's more efficient at this point. Anyway, yeah, a few horses were stolen. I don't know. I think it was 2 or 3, they said. And I was looking around trying to figure out if I could figure out anything. Help out. Nope. Couldn't find shit. They're thinking, Red Band trying to fuck them over, but I think it might just be dumbasses trying to desert, really.
Well,
either way, had no luck, so I threw a few coins their way, hoping they could hire a real investigator to do it.
Well, hopefully it works out.
Hopefully. As far as I'm concerned, them horses are long gone.
3 days on horseback, that'll get you pretty far.
3 days on horseback get you halfway across the damn country. You're trying to escape. Certainly weird, though. Has to be somebody with dire intentions or a lot of stupidity. How'd y'all's day go?
Oh, both.
A lot of work. Fixed a lot of broken wheels.
Yeah. I saw Owen moving up north towards one of the things a couple hours ago. One of those farms. What was that about?
I'm gonna kind of establish that this is just Rick and Walker talking to the back of the group.
Sure.
I mean, I just said something, but sure.
Yeah, I mean,
it's Rick, Walker, and Rob.
Yeah, Rob's here now.
Rob gets to be here. What'd you say, Alex?
I said, or both, to the, dire intention or stupidity.
Well, Owen gave a child a flower and decided to follow her to her home because she has magic.
All right, so he begins thinking, and he kind of draws in the air. All right, so starts off kind of weird, gets really weird, and then it falls off, and it makes perfect sense. We're at the end. Maybe you should lead with that last part if you tell anybody else that story.
I don't plan on it, firstly. Secondly, the whole thing's pretty weird, mostly because the powers seemed apparently very similar to his own.
Oh, that's the whole Karad thing, yeah.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. That's weird.
Well, one of the reasons we haven't gotten you sooner is because we were trying to figure out what to do about that.
Oh,
and,
what'd you figure out?
Well, Owen decided to send her a letter.
Can she read?
Hawker shrugs.
That's what I said.
See, us Samsas think about the important things. Well, why does it matter? Can't he just talk to her in her head?
That's also pretty creepy.
I mean, is it as creepy as going to her house?
I don't think it's for me to say at this point.
No, it does feel a little debatable. Either way, if she does have powers, maybe it's worth looking into. Figuring out what that's about. Did he do things like that as a kid? Was that like a thing he did?
I mean, apparently it's a thing similar to what he does now, but not entirely.
I don't know. Maybe Karad's building some weird tree-loving army to build a new forest.
I don't think you are, in on this. I don't know how much you've explained to him, Rom. There's something about Karad only having 5 people with powers. I don't know. I don't know how the whole thing works.
Yeah,
that's my understanding.
Something to that effect.
No, I know you explained to me that whole thing about, the old Gars and all that shit. That didn't really... They worshipped it, maybe, or something. I don't know. It's way over my head, for the most part.
I get that.
Hells, I mean, most of what Rom's in with is kind of over my head.
I get that, too.
Hells, most of what you're in's really over my head.
Honestly, same.
The hell is it with all y'all and your damn magic?
Well, think of it like this. Imagine you're standing in front of a lake, and you can't see the bottom, and then all of a sudden the lake just, you get hit by a wave and you get pulled in. That's what it feels like.
He just kind of walks away, like shaking his head at that point towards the rest of the group. 8 and a square, right? I'm gonna go back to not thinking about a lake that swallows people. Thanks.
All right, we'll see you.
So,
and then they walk.
With that, you guys have, after losing a few hours here, traveling for a couple hours before that, you've got about...
Another hour of talking just to Rick.
Yeah, another hour of talking to Rick because the Somsas can make any conversation take an entire day. The power of the bloodline.
It's our singular talent.
Yep.
I can't believe Rick just pulled a Walker on Walker at the end there.
Yeah, well... Them morning goodbyes. He probably did them before Walker did.
Yeah.
So, you guys
So
have
Walker-
about... Looking at 2.5, 3 days travel to Nache Duinne. On the road once more. Last
the
leg of
road
your
again.
journey. Perception checks. Anything else you wish to do during your time.
I can't believe Willie Nelson joined us for this part of the journey.
Nick! It's happening!
Oh
What?
my god!
What's happening?
Oh, I thought that was your perception that you rolled another
Damn,
nat
you
20
fucking
on.
fuck.
I got really excited. I looked down and I saw the nat 20 because I saw the persuasion before
Well, lucky for you, I've got nat 20s for day. Oh my
that. Oh my god!
We just claim things.
nice.
We just call things.
May I have?
See,
Can
it
I
turns
have a
out I
crumb
just
of
see
nat
the
20
future.
share?
I just see the future.
I mean,
I
that's
was gonna-
got to
I
be
was gonna
worth
do
something
decently.
extra, right?
There you go.
Oh, right.
Would have been crazy if we all rolled nat 20s.
Nah, Nick, you deserve it. It's your session. So
Yeah, true.
I'm so
I remember that time with the
now.
spiritual weapon.
Fuck you, man.
y'all remember that time that Nick was discombobulated?
Most
Y'all remember
of
the
my
time
life.
that Nick tried to
be
convince
honest.
me a fake word was real?
So, anyway.
You don't think any words are real?
You
I think you're
guys begin traveling. Walker,
I'm not.
over the course of the next couple days, as you guys head towards Nache Duinne, on the backs of strange revelations that poor Owen has to figure out, you end up on the road once more. It is quiet. There's nothing particularly interesting. The evidence of goblinoids gets a little bit heavier once you get, a day or so out of Hatherton. They've definitely had a heavier presence, though. Nothing immediate that you see during your travels. Other than that, Walker, there is a lot of recent activity on these roads. None of it's animals. This place has been, the road between Nache Duinne and Hatherton is starting to really pick up. People are starting to load their shit and head towards the capital.
They are fucking off.
Yep. You guys are definitely not alone. There are not a full-on caravan of people, but, you rest and have, hey, hi. The people, it's like when you're stuck in a traffic jam and you kind of get to know the cars around you. It's like that, but for the entire journey, and you just kind of recognize them. Some people overtake you, you overtake them. Eventually overtake them for good. They've got more shit and less horses. But for the most part, it's that same group of wagons, people on horseback, people carrying things that you're kind of traveling with. Owen, you notice that there's a lot of, a lot of positivity amongst these people. There's definitely, people, they feel like shit that they're leaving their homes behind, at least temporarily. But everyone that you're coming across, just listening to their conversations as much as anything else, you camp, a few hundred feet down road from another camp of people, and you just kind of listen. There's celebratory, just celebrate, everyone is confident Garland is winning this war. There are no questions. Garland's gonna fucking win. This is just a bump in the road. They're gonna everyone's showing up to Nache Duinne, and they're going to shit stomp the red band, and everyone will be back home before lunch.
Oh no, the classic "we'll be home in time for Christmas."
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone is very confident right now. There is, obviously there's that worry. A lot of these people are whew, hope I survive the war, but even if I don't, they're fucked. Because there's gotta be 100 of us to one of them. Like, there's that very much, like, patriotic confidence. I'm sorry that my war description is boring to you, Alex.
Why don't you step it up a notch, Ven?
Yeah, Ven.
I feel like I'm already at 10. How much more interesting can I make my descriptions of people excited to die at war?
12.
They begin describing how they really want to just jam their battle axes into the heads and necks of the Red Band, and it's met with ruckus applause, and... How's that?
6 3/4.
Hmm.
Wait, no, I'm sorry, 6 2/3.
That's above a 6. But anyway, you guys eventually, after a couple days of travel, make your way to Nache Duinne. It is about noon. It is Titus 3 Omen of the year 1051. The third week of the season of Omen. You have arrived back through the northern gates of Nache Duinne, hopefully successful. It is... I'm not going to say super, like, upbeat or anything, but many of the refugees are still, like, you know, they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, we got, like, even just traveling with them, yeah, fuck yeah, we got this, we're gonna win. Like, they immediately start, like, as they unload their things, they, there are designated areas for much of it. Like, it's like, all right, important things you can take with you to your rooms wherever you're staying, otherwise... And there's essentially giant tents set up outside of Nache Duinne, and it's like, all right, where are you from? It's like, okay, north side, how far? More than a mile? All right, you're in that tent. All right, you're from the west? All right, how far? Mile and a half? You're in that tent. Like, they have a situation here, and it's like, all right, hammer them shut and put your damn, and we're gonna carve your damn name on the crates. And then they, surprisingly well set up to make sure nothing's stolen. And then they're handing out, like, what amount to paperwork confirming people are who they are. Like, all right, you have left this many crates on this date. Like, everything is very well set up.
They have receipts.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Lenore stuff!
Hey, not everything Lenore did was bad. Paperwork good.
Documentation good.
Yeah. And you
Man,
guys... I'm sorry.
Nothing more about it.
And you guys make your way through the gates of Nache Duinne. A little bit of a wait just because they are like, oh, you're not... Okay, move along after a couple minutes. And noticing you're not refugees, they just push you along and quickly get you into the city. You're guided very quickly up the...
Are there any snipers on the rooftops ready to kill Rick?
No, you don't see anyone on the rooftops ready to kill Rick just yet. You guys
Walker is sure to let him know.
Yeah, the guys up on the roof look like they're ready to kill Rick in a little bit. Not yet, though.
And you make your way through the city, through the main path up into the inner courtyard, or the outer courtyard, excuse me. And you disembark your horses back in the outer courtyard outside of the McDirk residence at the stables. You are, for all intents and purposes, home. For what home could be considered here in Garland. What are you doing?
Banging my head against the wall. No.
Walker stops from banging your head against the wall.
I'm not doing that.
Have you guys ever seen that GIF of the
Let's
dog?
We've lost our place enough times, William.
Okay, go ahead.
They would want to hear like a report on what happened, right?
Walker's killing a report.
Firstly, Owen will check the house to see if Fiona's there.
She's
Sure,
not.
The car not ransack things.
Is the car? Is the car there?
No, he's off Tuesdays.
You mean Titus?
Yeah.
He's off tending to his magic daughter.
Is
He's off tending to the nuclear bomb under the city.
He's off tending to his garden of black roses.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh shit, that's pretty good.
In that case, Owen will lead the way to whoever wishes to accompany him into the keep itself to
Walker!
search for the Ironblade, Macronock, or either of his two parents.
Ishri has no
Walker is coming
reason. Ishri's just gonna tag along with everyone, so.
We're the hounds of Owen McDurk.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Unless Rick needs to be protected from snipers, Rom will go.
Get down, Mr. President.
Rom gives Rick a funny hat to protect him.
All right, so Owen, Rom, Rick is going to be making sure the horses are good. He's got he's staying in the outer courtyard for obvious reasons, but okay. So Ishri, you were going to, or no? Were you staying with Amari?
Oh, she's taking Amari.
Oh, Amari's been voluntold.
Oh yeah, let's think that's something better to do.
Hey, Amari, you got anything to do today? Not really. I was looking to. Hey, what are you doing? Stop pulling me!
Well, you think she would just pick him up and carry him?
I don't see Evian not coming.
Evian?
That's
He just-
because Evian does.
All right, that leaves just Simon. Simon, are you coming too?
She
Get
does
this
the
for him.
thing where Amari gets thrown over her shoulder.
It'd probably be awkward if Simon didn't come at this
Evian
point.
will
Exactly.
bring
Yeah.
Simon
So
on
the
his
whole
shoulder, I
gang
guess.
has to make their
Although,
way.
But to remind, isn't it a bad idea to take literally everyone everywhere we go? Especially for
Yeah.
situations like
In case we get ganked.
Little late now.
yeah, it's a late
Remember
now.
what happened last time? You didn't bring everyone. You got ganked.
Last time we didn't bring. I guess that was on the way. I'm saying the time before though, all we did is fucking talk to the Ironblade, and that was it.
Yeah.
Last time we didn't bring everyone. Owen was confronted by a magical girl.
Yeah, that's true. We need to be
Scary.
wary so he doesn't do that again.
The
Terrifying.
scariest thing known to man.
See,
How do you feel,
so
Nick?
child.
See,
How do you-
Logan,
how
you
do
were
feel,
right.
Nick,
You were
knowing
just
that
right
your
on the
sister
wrong
wants to confront
character.
you with
I mean, if
war?
Evian and
Ah,
Ishri
true.
would have been there, we could have punted her.
If this was the Hannah campaign, that child would be the big bad evil guy.
Oh, it's children terrifying.
You don't know that. It's
They don't have kids in the shadow
Oh, no.
pop out fully.
Oh no. Oh no.
Anyway,
They
so
crawl their way out.
you guys make your way into the keep proper, the inner courtyard. God, it's so nice. We're going back places. The is very happy. This is great.
Is it?
I
Is
mean,
it a
it's-
happy time for you then?
It is for me. So you make your way into the East Wing Keep.
I'm pretty happy.
Everything's a happy time for me. You make your way into the East Wing Keep, where a couple of people immediately notice you and just give you that, all right, wait a minute. And the Ironblade Macronock shows up a moment later, still in his very proud Kintaran regalia, and just comes over and, so how did it go?
Better than I expected, to be honest.
He looks a bit confused and waits for you to continue.
Walker pulls from his bag a folded up piece of paper.
He looks slightly
And-
confused and then looks to Owen to continue.
Hands it to Owen.
Owen will, knowing how paperwork is usually received in Garland, he will begin launching into the explanation of what happened, occasionally referencing the report when his memory fails him.
Okay.
Oh, can I describe my report then? Because I added some detail to it.
Sure.
Let me find it where I put it. Mission report for the Rat Creek Valley. The report of the happenings on Lord Owen McDurk's excursion to the Rat Creek Valley. Left out is any mention of Ironblade Clive. Mentioned is the odd demon and ghost monsters the group fought. Also mentioned are the foreseen outcome of the trip and what was promised to the valley's people. The report is meticulously detailed, perhaps too much so.
All right. Oh. With that, referencing the detailed report. Is there anything you are leaving out, Owen?
So obviously I'm not going to tell him that. Well, I don't know, because, like, kind of an important guy. Owen will leave out the mention of Clive until the end. Like, he'll add it as a
Subnote.
A sub-note. Thank you, William. Like at the end after he finishes saying, and then we left. Then he'll say, like, as an aside, Mayor also told us that other Ironblades had been sent before us. That one of them, Clive, I believe, had bribed their record keeper to bringing all of the bills of sale of the landowners of the valley. Nache Duinne.
He narrows his eyes a bit at this.
To mention, it wasn't just what the mayor said, but a confession from the official in question.
Aye.
That's, I'll speak with your father with regards to the Ironblade's actions down there. Though, given his relative autonomy, I do not see that anything... He purses his lips for a second. Substantial will come from that knowledge.
Do let me know what he says.
Of course. And, did you mention the part about the strange ritual?
Yes.
Is there any belief that this could be something getting closer to the city? Do you have any recommendations on dealing with this long term? Or is this a strange one-off thing?
We saw no sign of anything amiss on the return journey. It's hard to say.
We will
It
have
might be worth sending scouts.
Aye. We'll send another dozen men to the Dokar post to reinforce it. Extra scouts.
I'm sure Ironblade Leos would appreciate that.
He kind of gives this little, like, yeah, look.
But he doesn't like her?
If she was still there, I suppose she would.
What do you mean?
Well, she mentioned she needed to make a special trip here to Nache Duinne, and she was leaving post-haste as of a few days ago.
Walker looks a little like looks to the others like, what?
What?
There were assurances that this would stay within the Dokar post would be fine in the meantime, and that she was taking 2 other men with her and needed to reach Nache Duinne personally. We're expecting her any day now.
Some bad. I got a feeling, man. Some bad is gonna come. Is gonna.
Walker looks together and says, "Do you think something happened after we left?"
It must be something important if she would come herself.
Could you not ask her?
We
I
could
could.
ask her.
There was no elaborations on it at all, so all we know is it was important, and, well, she gets the benefit of the doubt, but your father is less than enthused about this betrayal of orders.
I'm sure that she judged it more important to deliver the news in person than follow orders to the letter.
He gives a nod of agreement, Nonetheless, we have no more information.
When do you expect her to arrive?
Any day now, based on when the letter arrived. Today, tomorrow. Perhaps Thraldis at the latest. So, other than that, we do bring good news. All of the kins have been receptive to the idea of a summon, though not all of them are sending their leaders. We are waiting on the representative of the Iron Shade.
I imagine they are hesitant to send someone after what has happened in recent times. And Owen looks to the spot on the floor where, not too long ago, Captain Sturbian's blood was spilled.
Perhaps, but I fear it has more to do with the request of more men that will inevitably follow, given the already severe losses from the scourges. Though tragic, what happened to the good captain was... It was a Grimsar. It was to be expected. He died in battle
So-
bravely.
You saw to burial.
He nods. Aye.
Thank you.
In the meantime, quick meta note. Get ready for some notes on names.
Oh boy.
The representative for the Arngalda, Beauregard Novans, the patriarch of the first family, has already arrived. The first family being the current family that runs the Arngaldakin. So that is the leader of Arngalda proper.
Can we get the full title pasted? Name and title?
Yes, because I know you guys are going to need to reference this. I want you to ask me 100 times. Arngalda, Beauregard Novans, patriarch of the first family. Of course, you know our heart tender, Dominak Archaean, here in Nache Duinne will be here. The heart tender being the current leader of the heart of the country. That being Nache Duinne. Your father. Kinmorn will be sending Vice Commander Khalil Ehrenhardt. Owen, you would know that Vice Commander means they are the secondary leader of the Ryderns. Not the leader proper of the country, or even the leader proper of the Ryderns, the Vice Commander.
They're sending their like their token entry.
Apparently. And Zanostro will be sending the prime ferryman, Damaso Runecki.
Ferryman?
Essentially being the naval leader of Kin Zanastra.
The big captain.
Yeah.
Zanastra is which one then?
Zanastra is the coastal one. That is in the Karan Lowlands.
Oh, so like right here.
Yes. Yeah. All of that is Zanastra as far south as, I believe, Fort... no, not Fort Gester. They stop at Farit.
It's that one until it gets to Morn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They are very coastal. The reason ferryman is such a big thing is because their proper capital of Gerok is actually off the coast.
Right.
So ferrymen are very well respected. There's a lot of respect, much like with the Arkmorda Isles. There's a lot of treacherous, like hard to navigate sea and water to get to Gerok, the Zanastra kin capital. As such, it is normally heavily said that that will be the last bastion of Garland should anything happen, because that place will not fall for a long fucking time.
Which place?
Gerok. The
Nice.
Zanastra capital. It's off the water. It's off the fucking mainland. It requires a treacherous amount of sailing. Those who don't know the waters are generally going to wreck their ship. Like, I don't have it written on the map, but I believe it's known as, like, the Bay of Failure. I need to double check my notes or something.
That's a fun name.
Failure.
Yeah, which is why ferrymen are so well respected, because finding someone who is good enough to have the memory and talent to navigate it is a very important thing.
To ask Jane what she thinks of the Bay of Failure.
Is that all
I
of
would
the,
need to double check. It might just be called, like, I didn't want to go outside generic, but I need to double check it. That's just
Is
off
that
the
all
top
of-
of my head what I think I named it.
Is that all of the kin leaders?
The only one we are waiting on is the Orange Shade, Air Voice, Hilda Islave.
Was that Air Voice?
Air Voice, yes.
Air Voice.
Yes. Owen, you would know this one, and Evian, you would know this one. The Air Voice, while not the leader of the kin, is someone appropriated to be able to speak and make decisions on behalf of the Orange Shade's leadership. With, like, there's no approval process, they just are allowed to do it. Yeah. So when they are, like, obviously they're not going to be making policy while they're there, but they have all, like, they're essentially the foreign relations leader, in that anything they say outside of the Arkmorda Isles is representative of the kin. So once the Air Voice arrives, the summit will commence. We are expecting it. He pauses for a moment. 2 days, perhaps.
We had arrived just in time.
I only hope you did not inconvenience yourself with the speed at which you traveled.
Owen just kind of waves a hand, dismissing his concerns.
So is there anything else you need to discuss in the meantime? Or have you debriefed us on everything from your journey to the valley?
William was the lone rider in the report.
It hasn't been decided, but it can be. I mean, it's not like I wrote it.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you mean it's up to me?
On whether or not it's in the
not?
report.
I said it was.
No.
I said it was meticulous. So
Okay.
yeah, every detail.
What else am I forgetting? Oh, we took a detour to stop in Hatherton on the return trip.
Your mother told me she asked you to. I'm happy you had the time.
I spoke to the Lord Mayor there. He needs more men, more people to move things. Get
I've
everyone out.
tried. Your father is not letting anyone military out of the city. We have all been trying to get more help there.
Follow-up question, Ironblade. Would my father be willing to speak with me?
He considers for a moment, as I had to think about that question. He gives this almost, not sarcastic, but that kind of bit of sly, like, knowingness. I'm sure he would be more than willing to speak with you.
Wait, what does that mean?
What does that mean? I'm
In the sense that, like, the sense you get is that he would kind of have to, but given the question mark of it, he's going to be annoyed to have to interrupt his day for it. So,
nice.
Yeah, it's very much he'll kind of have to, because
I hate your dad.
his only son is back and has reports.
I mean, there's like a part of me is like really satisfied by that, but also I don't want to piss him off. even before we start talking.
Man, your dad sucks.
He's kind of a douche.
Remember when my dad was super cool and gave us tea?
Hey, I mean, you can always speak to the heart tender.
You think he's gonna give us tea?
I'm saying that, like, he's someone else. He's the only person right now that would, like, probably in all of Garland that has, definitely in all of Nache Duinne, who would have any power that, like, could supersede your father's.
Oh, go over his head. Oh,
you can try.
Oh god.
I mean, that is the Nache Duinne kin leader.
He'd be so mad.
He'd probably find it weird that we're going to him and not the leader of Kintaran, despite being an emissary of Kintaran.
It's up to you guys.
That could be our contingency plan.
At this point, we are going to go ahead and take one more break for the night. So then,
the next morning.
Coming back and discussing what we want to do and realizing how fucking late it is, I suppose that as you guys get your things together, have a couple of days to yourselves for the first time since you left Lenore, a couple of days to kind of do your own thing, figure out what you need, what you want, who you need to talk to, etc. Getting that sense of freedom, true freedom for the first time in the whole campaign, kind of. It is a good enough time, unfortunately, to end tonight's session. So,
sorry.
Until next week, when we will see the outcome of this, not time skip, this bit of shopping and splitting things apart and doing fun things, and you guys will have a bit of downtime before the meeting of the kins. So, until next week, friends.